same. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This love was nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all alive. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, the same man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song, Shorty. You know I can't sing like you can, but I'm letting people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
Stay the same, but I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Hey. Cameron Bennett is back. Cameron fourth. Cameron came back with some new ambition and shit. Cameron trying to be third and shit. Cameron there. Well, what's up? Who's fourth? I see number 4. Is that YouTube Punk? It's gonna be a fucking rap if YouTube Punk's ass ends up being fourth. What's gonna be the vibe then? YouTube Punk fourth. What's up? Appreciate all y'all. Glad everybody's here. Why is there some shit playing that I can't even hear? Are y'all hearing that? Why is there some shit playing that I can't even... It's literally something playing I can't hear. I'm gonna figure it out in a sec. Y'all hearing that? Y'all are not hearing it. Chasing my city, boom. All right, I know what it is. It's the lo-fi is playing, but I don't know why I'm not hearing it. That's the funny thing. The funny thing is I wasn't hearing it. I must have muted that shit. Yeah, I did. I turned it off in my headphones. That's why. Okay, I turned it off. I took it out of my mix. I was just teaching, and I had the Myron bot playing the lo-fi for my class. All right, y'all. So I woke up this morning, and apparently the United States of America still exists. So I don't know. Apparently democracy, at least in principle, survived. So let's see what's up. Welcome, everybody. Appreciate all y'all. Hope you're all having a blast today. Apparently Nitty's talking some shit. Let's see what Nitty talking about right now.
To stand on a corner if I wanted to and have my sign that says, it's okay to be a Christian. Tux, it's yes, you voted. No, you didn't. I just am trying to cover. Maybe you mail-in voted. Maybe you voted yesterday. But so I was more likely to vote blue because I knew that more liberal policies would give more opportunities to do public welfare events, activities, programs to extend the love of Christ through the state.
I don't see the link anymore.
If I were to vote, I would have voted Democratic. so that I could position my church, my fellowship, my co-leaders, whatever, into those kinds of social programs to reach the disenfranchised.
Vote Democratic to
do
lead
the very things
for
that
your
Jesus
leaders
would ask us to do.
You know, did y'all vote with the Church of the Flying Man in mind?
To be underneath the poll.
It's not.
Jay, you could join.
I can't see it.
I'm preaching my progressive but not progressive Christian stance. Because I was also the same kind of Christian, right? That behind closed doors, I wanted to believe like in a literal Adam and Eve and eternal conscious torment and things like that. But on the outset, I could recognize that the call for the Christian in society is to be one of charity, one of grace, empathy, meeting tangible needs
I also don't want to call
of those around you. And time and again, it to all my senses, it appeared to me that the Democrats want to provide those things and those opportunities to us as a culture. As someone who knew Christians who deeply struggled with mental health issues, I didn't believe for a second they were demonically possessed. Those Christians that have mental health issues, they're not getting support from restrictive Republican policies or the highly religious communities that view psychiatric help and subsidies as allowing in the demonic. I'm sorry, they're just not. And when I was a Christian, my friends struggling with their mental health would have likely been what would be so wrong about that? What up, Jay?
What's up, man? Yeah, it's really interesting. What's up, Tux? What's up to everybody in the chat, man? Man, honestly, I really think the conversation sometimes needs to shift to, I think, what a lot of us realize. The most Christian thing you could do right now today is stop being a Christian. Point blank, period.
Right. Well, I think it's more of to stop being a flag waving fundy, but
I mean, agree. But the thing I have with that is it's almost, I think it's time to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? I get that we want to hang on to, we don't want to challenge people who are not the most, we want to prioritize, right? Like everything else. You want to, you know, if your house is on fire, the fact that you didn't make your bed really isn't important right now. But at the same time, I don't see where even the more moderate Christianity goes. It doesn't go anywhere. It legitimizes this whole, I hate to say this, but my bigger problem with it is, I don't want to sound like a philosophy nerd, but it's the epistemology.
Sure.
If you think this sort of magical thinking contributes to anything, that's a problem. And so even the really good Christians, and I got a family full of quote unquote good Christians, the real challenge I have for them is that's, to me, not a mature way to function as an adult. The more mature way is to just let this go, to admit to yourself and everybody else, I don't have a basis to believe this. Why does this all tie together? Because I think that's what is really going to ultimately give us the political leverage that we need. Because right now, the water's too muddy, right? We need people on the left because their policies are better, but they're still going around all the churches, and Joe Biden's still super Catholic. So there's not really a lot of clarity. And so what it leads to, I think, is people on both sides are kind of, vulnerable to this. And I think it's pushing us towards the middle, which is actually the right? Because we have the right pushing us to the right, and then we have the left pushing us towards the middle, but they're coddling the right, and it's pushing us towards the right. And if we could just break that link, it would then be like, oh, now you just do to me what is good civics, right? It's like you take Jesus out of it, now we just get back to good civics. But I think it's hard even for Christians with liberal ideas to truly be liberal, because they still have to legitimize that worldview. They still got to tell you they believe in a virgin birth and Jesus died for their sins and all this other stuff. Yeah, and me too. Matter, I was the same way. Like, I wouldn't have voted any differently as a Christian than I did, when I voted early as an atheist. But I do recognize now that I really wasn't helping as much as I could have been.
That's interesting. I mean, I'm still trying to get myself on board with like using my voice in that way.
Sure.
Because I'm still like trying to deprogram, right? Like, I don't want the state to also be my religion too, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
Where it's like, I voted, and if my person doesn't win,
Sure.
It's like, oh, Jesus, he's coming soon.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's same thing.
Yeah. And people are even that way with the legal system sometimes, to where they put so much hope in it, and it's another thing that I recognize you could put a lot of energy and emotion into and end up totally dismayed and turned around.
You're reading the comment.
Yeah.
I clocked you read that comment. No, I've made it as a YouTuber because Dr. Josh is here.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah, same.
Script.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a weird place that we're in, and I agree. So it's weird. I don't want to put too much into politics, but at the same time, I think we got to vote, right? Because it's something we can do that makes a difference, and they're coming for it. I think the Republicans are working towards taking even that voice away from us. So I don't want to put too much hope in it, but I do think it's important.
And that's something that's pretty important to me, is trying to figure out, how do I? Well, part of me though, a little bit of my existence is a little bit trollish. So now sometimes I don't want to vote, so that when Christians get mad at me and call me liberal, like on different streams, I could be like, I don't even vote, bitch. Like,
but no.
That's immature. That's a bit immature, especially with like some of the stuff that can end up on stake, right? With my kids' future rights, or our ability to even have live streams like this, right? Where we are,
matter of fact, I feel like,
or the inverse too, though, right? Because if you get MAGA enough, like, could Alan Parr still have do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Or what do you mean, right? If they get MAGA enough, where it's basically white Christian nationalism, right?
Right.
Like, where does that leave? What do you mean? Where does that leave? Trent Horn, right? With I don't know what Council of Trent,
or whatever. Yeah, super Catholic. They don't like, and they don't even want to notice all the shots they take at Catholicism. Every time the evangelicals get a chance, they'll take a shot at Catholicism.
Mm-hmm.
That's often where I feel like they're going with social media.
Hey,
they are Oh, Rebel Nat said, "Can you ask Jay how much he misses you?" Enough that I thought about unblocking you a couple weeks ago because I saw your name in my blocked list. Decided not to. Haven't thought about it since. But the thing I was getting at is I think that that's where they're going with a lot of the social media stuff. Where I think, I hate to say this, they're almost going to weaponize the fact that we won't censor them, because if we censor them, then they'll use that against us, right? Like, I think that's kind of the game here. Push enough disinformation and nonsense, eventually they're gonna force our hand. All right, guys, we can't survive this, so now we've got to censor stuff. COVID disinformation gotta go. Hate speech gotta go. This gotta go. That gotta go. Now we're deleting people's accounts, which again they pushed us to. We ain't doing this because we don't like freedom. We did it because we literally can't survive all the misinformation. But now, when they gerrymander the districts and reconfigure the way the electoral college works such that they stay in power, well, now they've got the mechanism in place to, like you said, oh, well, now we think this atheist YouTube content, that's way too dangerous. You're undermining family values. Undermining family values. Can't have that. Oh, talking about racism online. Nah, that makes white people feel bad. No, seriously, you're causing psychiatric distress to Caucasians. Okay? You can't do that anymore. So I'm scared. Every way I look is scary, because when you deal with people that are that fundamentally committed to anti-truth, they're going to weaponize everything. There's no safe tactic, because that's their game at this point. They've already lost, and they already kind of know it.
Here's a comment. Anyone who calls free speech weaponizing is fear-mongering. Let's kind of take that apart. Like, let's not react to it, but let's just think about that statement for a minute. So, anyone who calls free speech weaponizing is fear mongering.
This is Stephanie McGuire, man. I know you gotta take the source into consideration. Sure. This is an antagonistic viewer. I'll put it to you that way.
Okay, but like, let's say like a Ben Shapiro or a Jordan Peterson or someone, is just at us or at our kind of space with a claim like this, right? So maybe it's helpful to frame this as like, what do we all mean by free speech, right? Like, do we mean like carte blanche, free of consequences speech, which I already can tell, or I'm going to make the presupposition that my interlocutor doesn't believe that, right? Like the classic example, yelling fire in the movie theater, right? Or making like death threats.
But see, that's
right?
That's what I think. But that's a thing. Again, I think this tactic. I think the tactic of the Stephanie McGuires of the world is to get us sidetracked. We're having a perfectly good conversation, and now they want us to get sidetracked because they want to make a trolly comment. And then it gets us down this rabbit hole, because you and I
think it's very relatable, because when we're talking about platforms and abilities to discuss beliefs, and it's very intertwined with the misinformation in our current political system. Like watching the news last night, right, about what's happening with people making claims outside of voting stations, right? Oh, the machines are broken. Oh, they don't want to count our votes. The fix is in, guys. Like, people were spreading conspiracy theories while the event is happening, right?
Right.
And so where do we draw that line of they're freely communicating ideas, or they're doing something deleterious to the fabric and safety of our society, right? And I get it. It's very difficult with claims that don't have immediate consequences to figure out where when we allow that comment to have some weight, and then where we say, nope, that's just wrong. We can't have you saying that, or like, we got to figure that stuff out. But I think it might be helpful too, though, for us to also say, I would prefer you not spread that information, or here's the consequences of you trying to spread this kind of misinformation. but that doesn't mean you're canceled. That doesn't mean I think you're evil. That doesn't mean I think you're a reprobate. I just think you're wrong, and you need to prove to me that you're right. You need some evidence to back this claim, and then let's assess that, right? Maybe I'm wrong, and there's a lot of people that we deal with that aren't willing to go that route either.
So if I'm gonna bite, and again, I think Stephanie McGuire. I've seen enough Stephanie McGuire on enough channels to know what Stephanie McGuire is about. Just is what it is. Just like I see certain patterns in behavior. I'm an anthropologist. I know what people show up, and this is a person who shows up antagonistically, doesn't even like me. But if, like Logan said, I need a show without comments, he can't take it. It's really not that. It's that I see through stuff, and it frustrates me because sometimes the comments are not trying to help the conversation. They're one person's way of distracting the conversation. But if we're going to go down this road, fine, let's go down it. It's not fear-mongering to say that people weaponize free speech. And that's what they're doing. Mm-hmm. That's what people are doing when they spread COVID disinformation, when they try to tell us that we got to stop teaching trans to the kids, when they tell us that critical race theory is the problem in society, not racism. These people are weaponizing free speech, plain and simple. Now, we already see the results of that. You had to cancel Trump's Twitter account. We literally had to cancel the account of the president of the United States. Why? Because his words were too dangerous. Now, if you want to sit here and say I'm fear-mongering because it's free speech, it's just no. We all know words are what start all the problems everywhere. Wars, fights, divorces, new countries, all start with words. So this fundy right-wing perspective, I should have the right to free speech, and that just means, again, I should be able to yell fire in a theater. No, saying you can't do that is not fear-mongering. It's saying people are going to take advantage of free speech, just like almost everything else in human nature, until it goes too far. Now that it's gone too far, we're going to have to rein it in. Once we rein it in, we're going to have to do that by putting mechanism in place to put proper bounds and restriction on those people's free speech. Then they're going to use that against us, right? It's the same thing they did with when we started what? We started doing we were having issues with them not understanding women's rights, not understanding reproductive rights. What became the cry of women? My body, my choice, right? They're trying to say, I have bodily autonomy. These morons, we need everybody to take the vaccine because we're in the middle of the pandemic. What did they start to say? My body, my choice. Wait, then what turns around? They get a conservative majority of the Supreme Court. What happens? Boop, out the door goes Roe v. Wade. Wait, what happened to, I thought we were all using my body, my choice. Again, this is their playbook. Yeah. All I'm doing is calling out their playbook. Now, if you want to personally attack me for calling it out, go ahead, but it's not me. Go ahead, Nitty.
Yeah. One of the things that you said earlier on before we got into the weaponized speech kind of section of this conversation was the damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. And I remember thinking about God's dilemma with Satan, right? When Satan fell, it's like, well, I could destroy him, but that proves him right that I'm a tyrant, right? So I'm going to let him do his thing for a little bit to show that I'm loving and good, right? And it's ironic that a very conservative person can basically takes the role of Satan. Like, what are you gonna do? Cancel me? Destroy me? You tyrant? It's like, well, guys,
right?
We don't want to.
We don't want to. But at the same time,
you're giving us God's dilemma, bro.
Really, seriously, I do have to go because I have a 1:00 meeting. I hate leaving in the middle of these amazing conversations. But thank you so much for having me on, and thanks to everybody in the comment section. Really appreciate all the feedback. So I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you're great.
Oh man, that was fun. All right, let's see. I think Cliff and I are supposed to get together at 1, so we'll pop back in and check on Nitty. Jenna, I don't know what you're spamming, but yeah, if you keep your symbols under a reasonable length, you should be good to go. Thanks for the sub. I really appreciate it. Definitely, people can head over to Nitty's channel or whatever. I'm gonna link up with Cliff here. and then we'll see what's up. Him and I are supposed to meet at 1:00. Let me go ahead and turn. I think maybe I closed out of the tab I was listening to Nitty through. Oh, there it is.
Isn't constructive. So, let's think about it like this. Like, maybe what we mean is we would probably want people to have more productive speech than destructive speech, right? Like people communicating or factual speech than infactual speech. And spreading what's maybe majority concerned as disinformation, then that's going against the I'm towing some dangerous lines by using the word preferred. So maybe productive or factual speech. And if we have unproductive or destructive speech happening, then maybe we take a step back, take a few breaths and say, okay, why is this being communicated? How can we help this person? What's the need that they're trying to get met here? Where don't we understand each other? I hope to foster an environment where we can get there. But if you want to join the show, this is a weird thing that I decided to do since I'm actually a little bit lighter today on my personal obligations. So I felt like doing this for maybe an hour or so. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, links in the chat. It's pinned and in the chat. Anyone can join and banter, even for just 5 minutes. If you got 5 minutes and want to talk and just say, hey, Nitty, what's up? You can do that too. Scott, I do have 2 cats, but the shelves are so cluttered that the cats can't jump on them. That's the trick. And they're a lot like humans, that they step on a Lego piece and they're like, ah, shit, I don't like it. So, yeah, they don't like stepping on Legos. Now, sleeping on a stationary pile of Legos that's on carpet, they'll do that. But they don't like just purposely stepping on them. There you go. Today you learn, or at least my cats don't. Now, I do have those little Lego basketballs, those. The cat gets too close to one of those and it turns into a ball toy. It's gone. So that happens. But yeah, so midterms. I'm sure my mom voted ours down the ticket.
Oh my goodness, really?
And that's
sorry.
A lot as a product of her community and the way issues are being framed to her. I think that if I sat down and explained to her the effects of the policies of the candidates,
is there somebody
without the letters
not out yet
by their names? She raised me to be the person to vote Democrat, or at least her and my grandmother, my trans grandmother raised me to be more democratic and do more deliberation and thinking. How many options do you get on your ballot? It really depends on where you are in the States, because I know you're not from the States. I did get your email, by the way. So there are some places with ranked choice voting. There are some places
hey, Cliff.
with some independent candidates, but it depends on the race
this video.
too. Obviously in a more rural area, you'll have people who are actually just the single choice on the ticket.
This always happens to me where, like,
which is a thing that can happen if you're small enough, like a municipality or something, or a county where you just run without opposition.
There we go. All right, close that. Let me put up an intermission. Let's do that.
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all.
Let me just end this intermission real fast. All right, everybody, welcome back. Cliff is with me. Oh wait, let me get to a better scene. You guys can't even see Cliff. I'm being irresponsible. It's gross. All right, let's do this. Boop. Make you nice and big. All right, there we go. Wonderful. All right, so they said you shouldn't debate facts.
Yeah, well. Here. I'll let me.
Oh, you could share it. Yeah.
So I'm not going to share the video because that guy doesn't deserve any extra attention. It's just he responded, but the way he responds, I'll get to. So I'm working on a paper. I had to make a figure. So I'm going to use this time first to share the figure, and I want to know. I'm not going to add any context to this figure. Oh, you know what's funny? When my screen is up like this, I click on the share screen on the shared screen.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You click on the shared screen? Yeah.
Yeah, in the shared screen, so it doesn't do anything. And I'm like, why is that button not working? Because it's on the copy.
Yeah, because it's on the copy. Yeah.
So I'm like, damn it, why is this not working?
All right. Also, I had a frame rate issue thing happen because I accidentally hit the record button. So that's annoying as shit. So hopefully that'll clear up in a second. Yeah, it looks better now. Okay. All right. So
I got this here temporary figure that I'm working on.
There it is. All right.
So I want without me prefacing anything on this at all, what do you think I'm talking about here? Like, what's the message? Take a minute to take it all in. This is like a test of, did you actually earn your PhD?
Well, I didn't. All right, so I see an increasing water level. We're getting some more. It's changing the peak they actually have access to. All the way to the right. All right, so it kind of looks like, let's just call it a rising water level. Initially over to the left, it creates a situation where everybody's basically gets to local optima A, getting to peak B is there, but it isn't going to happen too often because it's not accessible for most of them. But as the water level rises or whatever environmental changes mapped, most of them can actually reach it. And in fact, it changes the distribution of the surviving phenotypes. And then in the one all to the right, it's high enough that A is no longer really a valid strategy, and you can actually reach peak C once everybody's where they're at on B, but you can't get to C in the picture to the middle or the left.
Wrong.
All right, all wrong.
I mean, you got all the pieces. You figured out you're looking at a population. So let me say that the thing on the left is before, and then the thing in the middle is like now, and the thing on the right is like future. And
Okay.
What do you think the water level is? Let me ask that.
The water level. I don't see in the V it'd be something like a dumbass thing, like a resource level or something.
No, this is straight up evolutionary theory. No, don't.
Okay.
This is just, like that line, that's a fitness function.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's not rising water level. I thought that was a good model of the.
Well, I mean, the analogy is a rising water level, but the question is what sets the water level? That's the.
Global climate change or something, right?
No, it's not actually water. Okay.
Tell me.
Right. Here's what's going on. In the figure on the left, we have an entire population fixed on peak A. The average of the fitness of the population is represented by the water level. So it is just below the peak because there are some mutants that are lethal mutants, but there are some mutants that are below the water line. But the water line is such that that peak B is very inaccessible. Now, if you manage to get somebody at peak B, right. So what we're seeing here is one individual has managed to locate, or some small percentage of the population has managed to locate peak B, but the average fitness of the population is still right around peak A, which means that whole valley to the right of peak B is still higher than the average fitness of the population, which means that if there are individuals located within that valley, they're still going to experience growth. Not as much growth as they would at peak B, but still growth. So, like,
and more than A, they're doing better than average.
They're doing better than A, but they're going to be growing, right? There's going to be positive growth. An individual right here is much higher than the average fitness, so their subpopulation is going to grow.
They're doing good.
And so what this is showing is that we have a fixed population at A. Right after the moment of discovery of B, average fitness is still at A. A bit of time passes, and the subpopulation, right? We're about halfway through the
B's thriving.
Rate.
So now, the average has changed, right, to reflect that B has been able to grow right at that B, and so and now there's less at A.
If you're in the valley here, you're about neutral, right? So, like, if the water level reaches right to the valley, that means that an individual in the valley is not going to grow, they're not going to shrink, right? Right. Like, their subpopulation, their genotype is going to stay stable because they have the average population fitness. But as long as they're above the line, that subpopulation is going to grow. So the idea is basically during this transitional period, you're going to get this fixation to B, but it's going to be distributed, right? It's going to be able to drift around B as long as it stays above the water line. Right. Once fixation occurs at B, one of two things is either going to happen. Either we're going to be stuck at B, or during the transition, somebody will have made their way to peak C. And if they do, the whole thing starts over again, because then we could just shift everything to the left, right? We could just
and there's no changing environment here. Then it's all population dynamics.
This is just a fixed fitness function, and I kind of drew it as like a random fitness function. Okay. And this is this free for all idea that we're trying to figure out how to, like, Charles. I'm writing this free for all paper with Charles. Free for all basically says exactly what this figure shows. That every time you have a genetic sweep, the privileged genotypes have a window of opportunity. What was that?
I like that. Privileged genotypes.
The privilege, yeah. They have a window of opportunity, a free-for-all window, during which they can make discoveries. But if it takes too long, then they'll fix to the new peak, and the population average will catch up with them, and then the opportunity's gone. So that's the premise of free-for-all, and this is we're trying to come up with a sort of a graphical representation to put at the top of the paper.
This is true in social cultural evolution as well, right? This is sort of like what I was talking about with the black guy that goes to the KKK, right? Right, when he first goes to somewhere, he's that guy at B, like, he's like, yo, I just went to the KKK, it was dangerous as fuck, but yo, they hooked me up with some barbecue, I'm like their new favorite black guy, they even said it's cool if I give me some of that white thing, so he's good, but if it becomes an integrated metropolis city, right, where blacks and whites just live together and whatever, that founder opportunity, now nobody is making grand gestures every time a black dude walks in.
That's an interesting one because that argues for a kind of fit when rare.
Yeah, it is. That's a frequency dependent thing that I just threw in there.
Yeah. But it would totally be related. The thing is, in that case, what you're talking about is a fitness function where as the concentration on B increases, the height of B relative to A would decrease.
Yes. Yeah.
And so the thing is, if there's some peak C, right? There's some if you can be that black guy to get to the KKK, maybe there's a window of opportunity where maybe you could get some of those guys to understand you, and maybe you could get some of those guys to convert, and maybe you could disrupt their group. But if too much time passes, and like it becomes too regular, well, then they're going to fall back in their old pattern. They're not going to listen to you anymore, and you've lost the opportunity. So I'd say it's a weak analogy.
Yeah. No. It's more that like when I see the way somebody visualizes something and then describes it, it makes me think of like, oh, there's all these other interesting things that I can think about through like a similar
you can totally
way.
Think about like like there are these, there's a quote, only Nixon could go to China, right? And what it is like Nixon went to China and negotiated, I don't know what the hell he was doing.
Oh, I see what you're saying,
Something, right? And the thing is, it's not just only Nixon, right? Because one thing is like only that personality could go. And it's not just that.
Right.
In part, it's also only at that time. There was a window of opportunity. Maybe there was like a new leader of the party. Maybe there was a new economic balance, and so like there was a window right then when things could happen. And if that window closes, and this is a similar idea. It's just what makes this interesting. So what we see is, if in fact we do get that individual at C before, like if during this sort of transition period where the population is fixing to B but hasn't yet fixed, if they discover C, well, then the whole thing starts over again. And if there's another value over here from C to D, well, then that can go. And then that can go. And as long as they keep going, you get this cascade.
And technically, they could, if they do this fast enough, there could still be a lot of people still at A, right? Depending on a lot of circumstances,
the trick
right?
is that if there's still individuals at A, then the fitness average will be so low that the fixation times will start to increase, and then you'll fix too quickly, so the window of opportunity will get too small.
Really?
So it's like if you can get it so that just before
because the advantage is too big.
What was that?
That's because the advantage is too big.
The advantage is too big, and so you fix too fast. So if you can have, what we see is the maximum effect when the probability to get across from B to C is greatest right before B fixes. So if they fix like within maybe like they're 80% of the way through the fixation event and then they cross to C, and then they're 80% of the way through the fixation event and then they cross to D, then you get sustained periods of cascade. And the funny thing is, one of the arguments for against evolution is the so-called Cambrian explosion, or this idea of punctuated equilibrium,
right?
Which is that like, oh, how did we see all this stuff happen in such a short period of time during the Cambrian period? Two problems with this. One is we didn't really.
Right.
Now that we're able to study it, we know that there are a lot of transitions that happened earlier, but there still is an irregular rate to evolution. There still are these elevated periods of change. And this theory basically says you can have a completely dynamic fitness function, and if it has certain topology, then you should actually expect to see punctuated equilibrium. And so it's basically a complete spoiler for a lot of creationists. So I'm kind of enjoy having this published at some point.
Dude, just like the irreducible complexity shit, just like the there's a lot of our stuff that is you don't do this because you're thinking about creationism, but we are in some sense a creationist's worst nightmare. Like just in the sense of what we happen to do. It's just I want to mention one thing that is kind of important, based on what you just said. That it's just something I want you to think about. I also want the crowd to think about. So now's a good time to wax about it. When I started doing my channel stuff, Tux TV, one of my co-hosts, he's currently hanging out on Nidimos' channel. I think he'll be doing more stuff in 2023 because of his schedule. But anyway, when we started doing this stuff, he basically said to me, "This is the golden age of YouTube atheism." Right? Like this is this unbelievable time, and maybe the first time ever where you can literally make a living as a YouTube atheist, right? Like in some sort of weird world of super chat and membership and Patreon support. And that's basically what he wanted to do. He basically said, Jay, my dream for our content is that it eventually one day makes me enough money it can help me pay my Patreon bill, right? That's what he's saying. If instead of getting a little pizza money from time to time, he could keep his wife off his back about the Patreon money he spends supporting content creators from month to month, that would be a huge win, right? So I'm like, cool. But it's really related to what you said, and I want people to think about this and maybe for whatever it's worth yourself. I feel like in the sense, and you have the model to think about this in front of you, we missed actually that leading edge. We missed that real explosive point where if you look at a Matt Dillahunty or a PineCreek or David Pakman or the Young Turks, they're people who are out here for years, and in some cases a decade or more, right? And so they were really on the leading edge, right? And so whether it was leftist politics or counter-apologetics, when there was that initial wave of, holy shit, there's people doing this on YouTube, or they got it. And they got the explosive growth and the monetization and the great studio production value and all that to boot. And I think when people want to see us do that, they have very unrealistic expectations. Like that shit's over, right? Because it just isn't that way anymore. There's too much competition, right? There's too much of the population moving towards that. There's too much of a critical mass. When they did it, they were way out in front of everybody else. And now, there's just so many of these fucking channels that, that's not going to happen. But we're still in that period where you can get out here, grow, get yourself a voice, and get you some acceleration behind you because the space isn't saturated. And then I think we're trying to ride a different leading edge, which is people are trying to do more than just the anti-Jesus thing. The same way it's cool at first to form a little community. Oh my goodness, I just moved to a new town and I had nobody to go to church with, right? And so you finally go to church and you go to that church for a couple of months and you're like, okay, cool, I found some new Jesus friends, but I'm going to need a little bit more than people to go to church with on Sunday, right? And now that's where community comes in. People are actually realizing, I love the community I found, but I'm actually sick of talking about the Bible all day. I'm actually sick of this debate me bro culture. I'm sick of sitting around arguing about the moral argument for contingency. It's all been done, right? And I know Cliff is an example of somebody who's just mostly not even interested in it more, because it just comes and goes. Once in a while you want to pop in on something that catches your attention, but otherwise you want to keep it moving. Interestingly enough, James Apperson, appreciate you, James, came through, said we're their worst nightmare. We are. Earlier, I was on Nidimos' channel, and Dr. Josh came through. Do you know who Dr. Josh is, Cliff? Josh Bowen, Dr. Josh Bowen. Yeah, so he's like, I think he's an Assyriologist or something. He's like a ancient Hebrew studies guy, right? That's the new golden age I think we're in, Cliff. What do I mean by that? There's this thing that happens where, as you know, as an evolutionary biologist, there's this thing where these creationists and other interest groups are sort of attacking our fields, right, or attacking our science. And what they're doing isn't explicitly actually science, right? They're not really coming at us with, well, there's this new thing at the cutting edge of evolutionary biology research that I think is a fundamental challenge, right? They're actually picking and choosing these weird, obtuse issues that nobody in the field even discusses or knows about, right? And so it's only ancillary related to the field, right? But nevertheless, it's created like sort of a unique academic niche, which is people who actually have the expertise to go on the internet and explain essentially why these people are wrong, with the actual credentials to back it up. And the thing that people are missing is it's actually not about those scientists. This is the thing I got wrong for the longest time, because I thought it was so cool that I have fans for my research, but that's not the game changer. The game changer is the reason I have fans for my research is because these people are in the middle of what James Apperson calls the Great Awakening. Being a skeptic, being an atheist, being liberal, whatever it is becoming normalized. And at the same time, for most people, it's happening after their education. They're done with high school, they're probably done with college, whatever it is. And so now all of a sudden, it's like we say, you could believe religion for any reason you want or no reason at all, but you got to have a goddamn doctorate to leave it. That's what people are experiencing. You know, they're trying to tell people, hey guys, I don't vote like you anymore. Hey family, I just don't believe this anymore. And all of a sudden, what happens? They're in a debate on philosophy. They're in a debate about the historicity of the Bible. They're in a debate about evolution. They're in a debate about the origins of life, right? And so they actually need the Dr. Joshes of the world, the Bart Ehrmans of the world, the people who are actually scholars in these fields who have made YouTube videos or done debates or, you know, do these call-in shows or whatever, where they actually get some confidence and some skills because they've actually figured out how to approach these things appropriately. And so I want people to understand that's where and it's just my opinion, but that's where I think we're at. I think the initial wave of fire up a camera, tell people you're an atheist and counter-apologize and you'll become a millionaire, those days are long gone, over. But there is still space, if we're going to call it, quote unquote, the golden age of atheist content creation. It just means we're still growing. You can still get in the game. And then as we grow the pie for everybody, you can have a role in that. But that role for a lot of people is going to be, you're going to find a niche or something where you actually contribute something unique about yourself to the community that helps us get beyond just the thing we have in common is what we don't believe. And for people like me and Cliff, it's probably something like there aren't actually really a lot of bona fide evolutionary biologist out here dealing with creationism, dealing with the philosophy of science, dealing with the nature of experimental evidence, blah, 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 right? And we can fulfill that role the same way Bart Ehrman does when it comes to his New Testament scholarship, or Dr. Josh Bowen does with his, historical stuff, the way Gustick Gibbon does with her biological anthropology, right? She's able to talk about primatology and human evolution in a way that makes her a creationist worst nightmare. That's part of my package, right? Is part of my package now is I was actually trained in biological anthropology. I also studied and taught human evolution, right? So I just wanted to touch on that because I think it totally fits in with what Cliff was talking about, right? That these opportunities are created by privileged individuals for whatever reason, right, who find themselves in these rare positions in the landscape and, potentially have opportunities to take advantage of.
That is a crazy take on that figure.
Yeah, but you know what? It's
sure, why not?
Yeah. It's something we've talked about a little bit, and so I thought, why not mention it? Harley's Quinn, Wayne, Cameron, always good to see the gang here, powering us through another stream. But yeah, Cliff, this
is an interesting topic, not to derail everything too much, but
yeah, you're fine.
So it kind of ties into the thing I was bringing up originally. So Scott posted so I was working on this figure and I wanted to distract myself. I just wanted some audio playing, and so YouTube
got you. Yeah.
Debate last month.
Yeah. And you're just typing away.
20 minutes long, and the first thing that came up that I had to watch was this guy. How do you debate with atheists about evolution? And so I watched it, and it was what was amazing about it was the guy basically goes down this road where he says, you shouldn't try to talk to them about facts. What you have to do is you have to dismantle the idea that they can know that if they don't believe in God, how can they know anything, right? It's a very Darth Dawkins. It's literally the Darth Dawkins playbook.
Yeah.
And what was funny.
Hang on, Cliff, 1 second. Guys, It's also the playbook that some of you may remember Taylor, the young lady. I think she's at UCLA. She did a couple debates. She was talking about cell biology points to God. She was a young grad student. She debated T-Jump. She also was with Gustick Gibbon. Sorry, not Gustick Gibbon. She was with Bread of Life, and I think Bread of Life was on the same thing, right? Where they start to say, you have to start with God. If you don't even believe in a God, I don't even know how you can start to have the conversation. But I just want to give people that frame of reference and something to check out to hear people elaborate that perspective. But go ahead.
But yeah, and it's just the problem with this is what I tried to say, and I tried to take a neutral. I think my position was pretty obvious, but I tried to take a neutral stance. And what I tried to say was, this is terrible advice. This is terrible advice for how to debate an atheist, because the issue is
terrible advice to any debate. But go ahead.
Basically, what he was doing was he was saying, how do you know that? How do you I've heard this before. How do you trust your senses? How do you know? Right. Because a sort of the position I take is I don't know anything for sure. What do I know for certain? Nothing. I honestly, I know nothing for certain. What I know is the one thing I'm pretty damn sure about is that I experience things. So I'm pretty sure that I sense things, but what I sense, I don't necessarily know. Right. So this is a weird position to be in, right? I have no idea what I actually have. Right. It could be that my senses are lying to me. It could be that I'm not sensing anything at all, and it's just a figment of my imagination. It could be I'm sensing something, and that thing is related to what I sense, but it's not correctly communicated through my senses. Or it could be that my senses are correctly informing me. And we know, because of optical illusions, because of auditory illusions, we know that our senses are not perfect. There are times when you see something and you sort of get a representation of what you're seeing, and then you find out that the representation is simply incorrect. And this is why this sort of scientific-minded person says, look, I don't know anything for certain. But and then the argument is, and I don't think you do either. Right? I don't know for certain, and I don't think you do either. And this then results in this position of saying, it's not that I reject I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that God doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't have cause to accept that it does, and I don't think you do either. And unfortunately, we live in a world where you vote, and your vote has an effect on me. And so I would rather you not accept things without cause. That's like when people say, well, why do you care? Why are you arguing about this? If there's no God and nothing matters, because I have to live in the world where I don't know, where you're fighting against universal health care for whatever bloody reason, because people should suffer. I don't know, right? Whatever the reason, it's just, that's the world we have to live in. But my point is, this person basically makes this argument, and I say, look, this is a terrible argument, because you're talking past the atheist. The atheist accepts that they can't trust their senses.
Cliff, I'm going to grab something. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. And they accept that they don't know, and yet it's like yeah, we know this. The thing that's weird is you don't seem to know this, but you're stuck in the same place that we are, right? Some theist is stuck in exactly the same place that we are, in that they don't have access ultimately to what's true.
I have a question. Is there some reason that this same argument wouldn't undermine their God perception? Because if I ask them, okay, so you're telling me I can't get anything without God, where do you get God from? And they go, well, I know God because I read about him in his word or whatever. And then I'm going, well, how do you know that? Because isn't it just based on these senses you can't trust that could be lying to you about, that's not even a book. That Bible is not even a book, right? It's a figment of your imagination, according to them.
Their argument is absolutely circular. The way it goes is, God has informed me through the Bible or through personal revelation, whatever, that he's real. And that therefore I can trust my senses when it comes to my belief in God. That's literally their argument. It is absolutely circular in its nature. It's disturbingly circular. And because the thing is, you're like, yes, if God is real, and if God is the sort of being who makes sure that your senses as they relate to understanding him are correct. And this is necessary, by the way, because if they're not, then how could we be held accountable for sinning? Right? How could we be held accountable for not knowing God? Right. So it must be the case, if God is a fair God, that we are able to know God. That's right. And so therefore, it must be the case that this God, right?
This is what I always say is wrong about the law.
And so everything is presupposed.
Yeah, I was just going to say, people don't often think about this, but you technically don't know the law. So the law works in a way that you are held to the standards of the law, whether you know the law or not. You know certain things. You know, for instance, that you're not allowed to steal my stuff. You know you're not allowed to murder me, right? But you might not know whether or not by law, guys, this is by law, that you can be fined for and held responsible for. Do you get a citation when your grass is 5 inches long or 8 inches long, right?
Right.
There is a freaking number, right? How far does your car need to be parked from the curb before it's technically considered, right? These are all real laws, people, real laws, right? That you can get cited for, and you have no idea what they are. And this is the problem that you're bringing up, right? That people don't even talk about with theism, right? That if God is just, then I got to know the rule book. Go ahead. Sorry, that's just the thing that I just wanted to bring up because it's an example we don't often think of. But yeah, technically, the real law in all of its human perfection, that's one of them, is that you don't actually know all the laws that you're held responsible for. But it's it's obviously a problem theologically that it's not in society. But I don't know. I don't know. This is what made me think.
Look, this is you're not wrong. It's this. It's just frustrating. So anyway, I just wrote, I wrote a comment back to this guy, and I said, look,
yeah, what'd you say? Yeah,
this is a terrible argument, is because the theist doesn't. The atheist simply doesn't see it the way you see it, right? They do not accept your claim that, right? You're basically saying, we have an impossible problem. The universe exists, and things appear to have meaning, and things appear to be conscious. And how could all this happen? And your claim is, well, God explained. God is the answer for everything. And so, yeah, but you don't have evidence to support that claim. And all that the atheist is saying is, I don't accept the claim. I'm not saying you're wrong. Could be that God exists. In fact, if God is the thing that you say he is, if God can do whatever he wants, and he's all powerful and all knowing, and we are fallible, and God does whatever he does for a reason, then it could be the case that it's absolutely true that God exists and that everything is exactly the way that you say.
Yeah.
And I can't refute that. But the question is, why should I believe it?
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Is like, why should I believe that that's the case? And I got nothing.
Yeah, and even in the thing, it's like the same sort of, I think the same, where I was going, I think with that is the same thing actually applies. It's only as good to me as I can know it. And so even under their worldview, they can only figure out what the law of God is based on what they see in his book or know otherwise, or hear from a imam, a rabbi, or somebody else. Otherwise, they don't even know. God could seriously condemn people to hell because one of his laws could be I was just gonna say
they've dispensed with that because God wouldn't lie to them because God's perfect.
Yeah, but here's the thing: God could simply.
But their issue is that they say their issue is that they claim that they skip a step. Basically, they say there must be an answer, right? So they go, there must be an answer.
Of course, yeah. That's the fundamental flaw right there. That was your first mistake. But
I would agree. I think that there is an answer. I don't know that there must be an answer, but I think that there is an answer. The issue, though, is that.
Well, you don't assume it's a knowable answer, right? They assume it's a knowable answer. They assume there is an answer.
But they say in order for this guy was actually arguing that in order for the atheist to hold their position, aside from the fact that they can't know anything without God to back it up, they must provide an alternative, right? They must provide an alternative in particular for their ability to know things. And it's like, no, the alternative maybe I don't know. I think there is some maybe causal relationship. But I don't know, and that's fine. And just because you can plug something in doesn't mean that it's funny because I've been hearing two things over the last few months. One of them is argument from ignorance, and another one is God of the gaps being used as science of the gaps. And the way science of the gaps has been used by people is they say, oh, you're saying science will fill it in later. And therefore it's science of the gaps. And it's like, no, we're not saying that. We're just saying we don't know. We have a history of science figuring things out. So we have some confidence that science will figure it out, but maybe it never will. But the other one is the argument from ignorance. And I actually heard somebody making an argument recently that saying I don't know is an argument from ignorance. And it was like, wait a minute, no. I don't know is the ultimate refutation of an argument. Argument from ignorance is I don't know how it could happen, so I assume X. If you just say I don't know how it can happen, that can't be an argument from ignorance. Right. You are literally not making an argument.
You're not arguing for something.
So anyway, the point of this whole diatribe is that it's frustrating to even engage in these conversations because you can bring whatever evidence you want and it doesn't matter because, I had a conversation. I think I told you about these guys that were on campus and this guy gave a lecture, some Christian group, and some of us went and listened to it. And it was like, afterwards I went and I talked to someone. I said, look, I would like, if you guys would like, I could come and I could talk to you. I can talk to you about digital evolution. I can talk to you about how evolution works. I can talk to you about how it relates to biology and why, there's reason to have some confidence that evolution actually works the way that we think it does. And he asked me some questions and I explained the sort of Dawkins Christmas lecture, how the eye evolves. I explained how we can see the evolution of complexity from non-complexity in digital evolution. I could literally start a run at the beginning of the talk, let it run for the talk, and then at the end show them complex evolved solutions. And he goes, yeah, but can you prove that this is exactly how it happened in nature? And it's like, without a time machine, no, I can't. And even with a time machine,
but do you know what? You could have said yes, though, right? Because you could have said this is how it happened in nature. But you know that he meant, can you show me step by step human evolution using your computer over there?
No,
right?
Not just that, though. But can I prove it? I can't prove anything in the way that he would like to prove it.
Yeah, sure.
Without a time machine, I can't prove anything. Let's just give up on that.
But neither can he. This is the thing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. They have to simply presuppose, and we don't.
So this was just so this was just a video, but it's so interesting because, to be honest with you, when I saw, for instance, that Taylor, the young lady I mentioned earlier, I was thinking to myself, where did she get this from? Because it's a weird thing to hear from a grad student, right? And you're like, where do you get this? And so what it seems like is that the video you're responding to a video, right?
I'm responding to a bunch of things, but the main thing I'm talking about is this video where he said, how do you talk to atheists?
Yeah, how do you talk to atheists? Yeah. So,
and I'm like, don't do what you just proposed. So that won't work.
So it sounds like that's like the thing, right? Like that's a tactic that he's trying to apologize for or promote, right?
He's saying don't argue with them on the facts,
right?
Because they're basically what he's trying to argue is they can't support their facts anyway, so don't bother arguing with them on the facts.
Which is what he's really saying is, we've already lost on the facts, so I'm going to give you another tactic.
Yeah.
But his audience doesn't realize that. Obviously,
I think that's correct. Which is amazing if you think about it.
It is. Now, here's the thing, though. To me, the motivation is really to try to remember there are people who are going with that. Mostly because they're trying to hang on to their Jesus identity, so this is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I'm glad you're actually responding to him.
Well, I try not to.
And I don't understand why they don't. I was a theistic evolutionist. I didn't know it at the time, but I was the type that just said God did it. Oh, cool, God's. I would say God works through natural means. That was always my quote, even before I was an atheist. And so it was just like, oh, I found out about evolution. Oh, cool. I'm learning about, how the creation happened, right? The naturalistic explanation of the creation. And so it totally worked for me. Plus it fit with my personal theology, which required faith, right? So it made perfect sense to me that you would find an explanation of natural life without God, because that, right? It's supposed to be a faith thing. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know why they don't switch up already, because this anti-evolution stuff just isn't working, but go ahead.
No. I think that there's an issue because, a lot of this comes down to free will. all right, if we don't have free will, then how do you, if we don't have free will, how do you account for, I can't be held responsible. The old I can't be held responsible if I don't have free will. And so if there's this inherent contradiction of like God made everything. God knows everything that is going to happen, everything that's happened, everything that's going to happen. And but it gave us free will because it loved us so much. It didn't want robots. And it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. And so they're on this very like treacherous path, because it's like, well, wait a minute. You're in a catch-22 because you either have to accept, what am I trying to say? I'm getting very long-winded here. What am I trying to say, Jay?
That they're on the treacherous path because they're basically opening the door to what we said, which is they need that same thing that they think undermines your argument also undermines their ability to understand their God proposition. I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think that the issue is that they're if
go ahead.
No. If they are not careful, then they do away with free will. And if they do away with free will, then you can't say, "Oh, you sin because you want to," right? They can't pull that trick.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you were talking about free will. Yeah.
And if they lose that, then they really have lost like the whole.
So you were saying that
argument.
you think that if they were to accept, say, a naturalistic God did it version, they would lose the free will argument. I don't see. That's very interesting because I always thought it was more about the power over life and death. I didn't think about the fact that
I think it has everything to do with causality.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, though. That, to me, they think Darwinism undermines free will. Right?
And if you go there, you're like, oh boy, now we're in some deep.
Well, I always thought if you go to the fact that you don't need God to explain creation, then you've just taken out the creator. And if he doesn't have power over life and death, then what do you need Jesus for? That was always my thing. But I guess amongst problems, the free will. Yeah, exactly. I can see the free will. Yeah, exactly the same thing. I just hadn't thought about it, but yeah, that's definitely a big problem. We were talking about this on Nidimos' channel earlier. I just think the most Christian thing to do in 2022 is stop being a Christian immediately. It is. I mean, it's just like, at least you get to accept the fact of like, well, I recognize I can't show it. Right?
Sure.
It'd be better to at least say, I'm culturally Christian or whatever, or just say I believe this, but I understand that I can't demonstrate it. But I think the problem is, I think the cat's out of the bag on all of this stuff. I really do. And it's almost getting to a point to me where the only people that don't know are the people that don't want to know. Now, the problem is, do you know this thing? I don't know. It's like the endless September, right? The idea there's always fresh new faces. So if you think about a college, I think about the college campus, right? There's always freshmen. And, every year freshmen show up and they don't know shit, right? And they've got to get, established all over again to what's up at the university. And that's kind of how I think about religion, right? I think at a certain point, you sitting on some bullshit if you're still a Christian. Like, and we could pick arbitrary ages to establish that, and I think there's some ages we'd just be safe by that point. But at least early on in life and all the way into young adulthood, and for some people even much later, you're in that September period of life where you just don't know a goddamn thing about the world because you haven't stepped outside that bubble yet. And anytime you do, it's like still a whole new world to you. Like I have Christian friends that I can literally tell because they're from certain part of Iowa, certain type of real serious 24/7 church culture, that a lot of these conversations I realize, holy crap, this is the first time this person is really having this conversation. Like, because you could tell if they'd ever had this conversation before, they'd never say some of these things, right? So it's just, that's the tough part, because as much as I want to dismiss the person who made that video, right, it's more concerning about the person who actually buys into that and then sounds like Taylor. Well, I don't think you can know any, because they heard it and they think it sounds clever. So next time they talk to you over coffee, they're like, well, I don't think you can know anything without God. And you're just
I mean, they're just saying, if you don't have God, then you can't know anything. That's literally, I mean, that's Darth Dawkins. That's this guy. That's a lot of people. You can't know anything. So you have no grounds to argue. Why should I listen to you?
We hear this every day, almost in the form of, without God, you can't have any objective basis for morality. So how do you know all this is really right or wrong? It's a similar type of metaphysical nonsense. So
then from there, though, what do you do with that? Where do you go once somebody plays that card? What do you do? You're like, oh, well, okay. That was fun. I guess we're done now.
Exactly.
Because basically what they're saying is, I can't have an argument with you, or you can't have a position, because how could you have a position? It's like, well, because I do. Just because I do have a position. That's how I can have a position.
Exactly. It's pretty ridiculous.
But the reason I'm bringing this up is because this is the level. This is the current direction I see a lot of this going, and there's no discussion with these people. There's no argument with these people. There's no point in continuing to converse with them.
Sure.
And so it's like, okay, so and people will talk to them and get very frustrated, and they'll take that as a win. And you're just like, this isn't a win. You're just kind of being an ass.
Absolutely. It's really antisocial behavior, actually, at some level, right? It's fundamentally just dishonest sort of grifting.
With no attempt to understand the other person. That's the other.
None. Yeah, that's the other. Yeah. No genuine attempt to understand the other side. But it has to stay that way, because if they try to understand, it's right there for them. Right.
That's the issue. And for me, it's every time I see an argument and someone moves the goalposts on the atheist and says, yeah, but you believe God doesn't exist. I just want a full stop. And I know that people are tired of the atheist agnostic definition thing, but I really just want a full stop and be like, no, I'm not making a claim here. You are. If I'm making a claim, my only claim is I don't believe that you could know this. I don't believe that you have sufficient evidence to actually claim that you know this. And that we could talk about that, and I can talk about why I don't believe that I can defend that.
Yeah, so for me, I'm hearing, to me, I think the useful thing is, number one, there is some value in, challenging them, especially when you get the opportunity to challenge them on their own platform, be it their channel, their comment section, their live chat, whatever. Essentially, that's what a ton of them do to us. It's why I got irritated. I want to holler at James Apperson actually later about Stephanie McGuire, because we have these people that do this to us all the time, and it's like all they're trying to do is come through. They hate watch us pretty much around the clock, and then they're trying to come in and score points, antagonizing us in our own spaces. It mostly fails, but I think the difference is, again, if you look into what they're saying, they're usually full of it, whereas if we do that over there, and they look into what we're saying, they'll find out we're actually, trying to help them out. And then, of course, it's always a good way to advertise your presence, because what's interesting is these are people who are interested in you and what you do. It's ironically because they're interested in debunking it or undermining it, but they're still not neutral about it, right? There's a lot of interest there. And then ultimately, we just do what we do. And I think that it wins a lot of people over as they see the process, and then also, like, the value of the transparency itself, right? Hey, look, I'm here. I can tell you about what I do. I can show you what I do. We actually try to show people a lot of what we do. I think over the long run, it'll make a difference. But yeah, it's incredibly low yielding, Cliff. I've been thinking through that myself. Matter of fact, something that happened recently was Uncle Bobby, the Gin and Truth guy. He was on Paula G's channel, and it was a great show, and it helped him get well over his 1,000 subscriber mark. Matter of fact, it's pretty much doubled his sub count in like less than a week. Like, actually doubled it. Probably more than that by now. He was at like between 700 and 800, and last I checked, he was over 1.4. So what did that tell me? Boy, I've done a lot of work to do a lot of stuff with theists. And I think in our community, it may be putting the cart before the horse, because the truth is, those are not our people. And we might grow a lot further, a lot faster if you focus on actually atheists, people who like science, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, people who are about what you're selling. Because that's going to help you find people who want to, like, actually come along. So yeah, I do think there's a place for the debates and the conversations with the other side, and we'd love to have them as they're there. But it's tough sledding, and I don't think you do get a lot out of it.
Hey, we should switch gears, because
yeah, I agree.
Your audience is asking whether we fixed the problem, and I would like to know.
I know. So I think last time we thought maybe there was something wrong in like a default setting or something. Should we just hot swap out? But we rebuilt from scratch, so I don't know.
Well, I mean, there should be. We should. If you just go in and we replace it with roulette.
Let's check on that. Yeah, let's check on the roulette thing. Build.
We should see speciation immediately.
All right, let's go.
If we have everything set up correct.
All right, so now that'd be like settings, organism. Let's. I'm just trying to think. Where were we working? I think we're working in here. Oh, here we go. Settings, organism. No. It'd be in settings. Yeah, no, we're using tournament still. I think maybe we rebuilt over in work. Yeah, I don't know. Let's rerun, because I think what happened was we rebuilt, but maybe we didn't regenerate the settings files or something.
No idea.
No, because I remember what happened was we went to do it, and then what actually happened was the other run was finished, and then we ended up poking around in that before you left. So I think what we should do is rebuild with roulette. All right, so that would be in the. Let's go into experiment 1, and then we'll have the modules.txt. Right. All right. So that's got roulette included, tournament included with roulette, Berry World, circular genome. There's the archivist. All right. So let's just build this right from here. All right. That should take care of the bacon. I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee, Cliff.
Okay.
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all alive. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, say man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna put back up my webcam here. Front webcam. I just saw it. Oh, yeah. There we go. All right. So, Cliff, are you? I also just realized I think that the voice on the end of that track that was playing during the intermission gang is actually OG Roddy's mom. I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask him if my hunch is correct. If that's one of his female fans, or if that's his mom. I'm pretty sure it's his mom. All right, so Cliff, we now have a new Mabe, right? And we want to, you know what I want to do, Cliff? I want to actually go into like work and make new settings files, because otherwise I'll go in here and think I'm working with tournament, right?
You're gonna sorry, say that again. You're fine. We just have to change it. If we look in the settings file for settings.cfg and roulette is there, that means that it recompiled, and we should have to make sure that we're using roulette.
Will it? Won't I need to do Mabe settings first, right?
I thought we already did it.
No. I need to do the Mabe S.
Mabe dash.
S.
Well, do no dash F settings star space dash S. Load the current files.
Yeah.
Space dash S and then save them out. That way, whatever we've changed will still be there. But if you look at experiment 1 and look at your settings CFG, my guess is we've already done this.
I don't think we did, and I think if we do this, we will.
Oh, they're not settings.
overriding.
Just open experiment 1 again.
Hang on a second. Here.
Settings. Open. Scroll down and stop.
Just tournament.
Scroll. Okay, so we haven't done this. Okay, so just hit enter, and then that should update this file. You don't have to close everything; just leave it.
But wait, I'm not in there anymore. I went to work.
Okay. So go up to experiment 1. Make sure you copy Mabe over there. I think we already did. Just
all right.
So just
copy,
do that thing. Just do the thing here. I think we already. Well, all right. Copy.
Work.
Mabe
here.
Space dot.
All right. Now we should.
Slash Mabe dash F setting star dash S.
But don't we not have the right settings files here?
Well, it doesn't matter. Wait, but this says that there are setting files here. Oh no, this isn't work. It doesn't matter. It just won't find. Oh, well, that's fine. Then just do. Oh, you removed the settings file. Oh, so we're gonna have to redo everything. That's fine. That just /Mabe settings.
All I'm saying is these settings files don't have roulette settings in them.
I know. No. If you do dash F setting star, that's going to load the current setting file. And then when you do dash S, it's going to make new settings files with all the new stuff in them. But it's going to keep any settings that you already had. So if we change population size, it's going to be changed.
What I thought this did was load with the okay. What's confusing me, Cliff, is for some odd reason, I always think after I recompile, I need to first run Mabe-S to get for Mabe to give me default parameters with all of my stuff.
Let's say we do the following. So the first time you compile Mabe, there's going to be no settings files. You just do Mabe.
Yeah, exactly.
You get settings files. Now, let's say that you now open your world and you add a new parameter.
Yes.
But you just added one parameter. Now you want that parameter to show up in the settings files. But you've changed 10 other parameters in your setting files. And if you do Mabe-S, it's going to overwrite your setting files with all default.
I see.
So if you do -F setting star -S, what it's going to do is it's going to load those setting files. Then it's going to compare what was loaded with the parameters that it currently has. And if a value is changed, it's going to keep the changed value. If a parameter is added, it's going to add it with the default value. If a parameter was removed, it's going to remove it.
So this will get us, so doing it this way is what will ensure, because this I think was also what I was probably fucking up before when I was getting errors. Doing it this way is what's going to load in all of our optimizer and all of that blase and the Glavinoids with the mating, the Lex.
Right. And that way we don't have to go in and rejigger everything that we've already
figured. So it's going to do that and give us the new stuff I need for the roulette settings.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you so much for explaining that. And also it needs to be /Mabe up front, right? Like this, /Mabe F settings star S. Boom. All right. So
updated,
okay.
And now there's roulette. So put roulette over there where tournament is.
Roulette. Oh, look at it. It was already in my IDE. I love that.
And then that's this all looks good. So now take me to your settings world. Take me to your settings world.
Looking at too much code. There it is. Boom. All right. Settings, world, Barry. All right. Evaluation time. We got all that good. What else what do you want to look at?
So go just scroll through. So make sure that your group size, set the group size to 800 or 700, whatever. Group size 1,000. That's fine. Okay. Go up to the world size. Just leave that. That's fine. I just want to make, because I think we said all this stuff already.
Yeah. Well, Barry, what is size? 40
by 40. Yeah. Just try running it. Let's see what we get.
All right. So now I go back here and we're just ./maybe F.
Yeah.
Setting star. Yeah.
Yep. No S because we
I see what this is. Now this command makes sense to me. All right. Boom. Let's do it.
All right. Punch it. All right. I will be right. You.
I'm watching. I'm diligently watching. I'm hard at work. Watching.
There we go. So we should see that score go up at some point. If it doesn't, kill it and right. It's above 1, so they're doing something.
All right. I'm babysitting Mabes. Y'all need a name. I gotta give y'all. Let's do that. Critters. Actually, I ain't gonna lie. I'm calling them bugs. And if anybody wants to know why I call them bugs, totally selfish reasons. Mike Travisano calls the microorganisms in the lab bugs. Any little virtual bugs. They're also kind of like viruses because they're self-replicating computer programs. They're just harmless viruses. They're virtual viruses. They're in an environment where their virus-like nature is not a problem. Actually, guys, these are brains, low-key, not gonna lie to you. They're brains.
Well, they're not doing nothing. Kill it. Start it again.
All right. Cliff, you also sometimes refer to these guys as brains, right? Because they're brains. They're evolving.
Well, I mean, they're organisms. They got brains.
All right. So, all right. And now we do random seed. Global.
Oh,
no. I'm doing the wrong thing. Hang on. I got to go.
No. Dash P. You got it. Dash P.
Dash P for parameter. Global.
All capital global dash. Camel case random seed.
Random seed.
102. Punch it.
Look at this.
What is going on?
Oh my goodness. Here? I'm just doing, God, I'm so hard at work right now. I'm just evolving these populations and wow.
Well, I'm going to always start on resource -1, 60, values per generation 1, start configuration -1. Scroll down a little on your turn off has wall. Scroll up a little. It's right there on line 18. Kill that. We don't want no stinking walls. All right. So it keeps going down. I want to make sure that it's just start it up again with that. That's fine. I don't think it's going to change anything. All right, scroll down some more. I just want to see food types 3. Replacement is blah. Keep going down. There should be the food rewards and costs.
Yep.
There we go. Scroll up a little.
Switch costs pretty high.
Switch costs should be high. Whoa, scroll back up. Reward 1, reward 2, reward 3. Okay, everything is 1. There's no poison. There's no penalty for hit wall. Switch cost is 10. Okay, down sensor is on. Perfect sensor is on. We're using perfect sensor front. Sensor detector. Click on sensor detects other on line 109.
Like that?
Yeah, I'm a little weirded out that this isn't working better.
I broke it. I'm good at that.
That's okay. Scroll up in this window.
Wait, is this the right?
There. Scroll up in the run. Just scroll up in the run window. I want to see what it's building with.
Circular.
So it's got, we're using Markov brain. Oh, we are using Markov brain. These things should figure this out like instamatically. What's going on here?
What was the assess everybody at once thing?
That's the group size.
Oh, the group size, yeah.
And your population size is set to 1,000.
Settings should be set to 1,000. Yes.
Wait a minute. Put your mouse over settings.cfg. I want to make sure we're not doing something dumb. Is that definitely the one that you have? That's definitely the one that you have open there. Like if you click on that again, it's the one. It's not going to pop up with some other file. I'm a little surprised that we're. Yeah, okay. I'm a little surprised that we're changing stuff here and we're not seeing stuff changing. Scroll down to the roulette settings.
It's not going to change. It doesn't change in real time, does it?
No, that's good. Okay, now, but open the settings world. I want to make sure we're looking at that. We're changing stuff in settings world and nothing is happening.
Yeah, but don't we have to restart it?
You did. You've been restarted.
Yeah.
Scroll up to the top. I have a theory. Nope, my theory is wrong. Making these changes to the world should have changed what we're seeing here, and it's not having.
All right. So what would we need to change? We don't even have. We're not even using our optimizer.
Kill.
Am I correct in that? Right. Most of my code is. Oh wait, it would still be using our optimizer, right? Because of the selection stuff.
Go to the settings CFG. It's using roulette. I can see that. Go down to the bottom to the roulette settings, or wherever the roulette settings are. Go there. All right, where it says 1.05 to the score. I want you to change that to 2 to the score. So just change the yeah.
Is it a comment right in here?
Yep. Okay. And then make it 2 instead of 1.05. You're going to increase the strength of selection. Your population size, you don't need all those O's. You could just say 2.
Oh, okay.
So your strength of selection is so weak that
there wasn't a lot of benefit from
visible. At population size 1,000, it should have still been visible. Interesting. So 2 means they're only eating one food because it's 2 to the 1. So that's a little weird why they would only eat one food.
Like
especially since we saw a 4, we had some individuals eating one. Kill it, run it with another seed. Because within 100 generations, we should see something.
Okay.
Sure.
The best seed ever.
Sure. You got a 4. Wait a minute, but that. Okay. All right. Come on, guys, figure it out. Come on, guys.
Oh, is that why you watch the max? Because then you get to see if somebody good pops up.
Yeah. Because if max goes up, that means that there's somebody out there. If they figure out how to eat more than one food, that means that they ate a food, they moved, and then they ate a food, right? So they got to be doing something.
All right. 2.
We'll give them a minute. The problem is if they lose all their gates. If they mutate and they lose all their gates, then they're
done.
They're done, and the probability of evolving a new gate is next to nil, and we may as well just restart. So restart, but this is more hopeful. At least we got some 8s.
All right, my seed game is off. Let's go with 420. Come on, let's go. Come on, 420 for the win, baby. Because stoner magic. I need to get
run this over on my side because I don't know what's going on.
It's going to work on your side, and then we'll know that what could I have broken, guys? We need to replace all my... But it's not... Here's the weird question, Cliff. How is it doing things like tournament selection, like lecking and all of that with roulette? Oh, it's just using roulette to... Yeah, how's it doing all of that?
It's asexual. This is asexual. We're just trying to get this speciation thing to happen.
So it's ignoring all of this stuff then, right?
Well, it's not looking at the tournament stuff. It's only looking at roulette.
That's what I thought. So then my code isn't affecting this at all, right?
Right. Right, that's what I'm just trying to get your shit to look like it's supposed to look.
Yeah. No, agreed. Appreciate that. That just means I can relax my pretty little afro.
Just as long if we get to 300 and it's still at 2, just kill it and restart it. Keep going until we get something.
Okay.
Or until I tell you to stop because I figured out what the hell's going on.
You know, that's Cliff, it's what they pay me the big bucks for, to evolve these critters.
That's what I've heard. I heard you had this nice conversation with this very informative guy who knows a lot about dinosaurs. And you told him that it's all a big scam. News to me, let me tell you.
Look, all I was saying is I haven't seen a non-cow come from a cow. You know, it's kind of a convincing argument. What can I say? You got a point there, sir.
Oh, there was another bit. This guy who I was saying gave this really shitty argument for using on atheists. He literally used the phrase when he was like, "How do we know? Because the Bible tells me so." And I'm like, "Oh my god, where's Apologia? I need him. Like literally, I need the little musical refrain in the background." I was like, "He literally said it." Like,
yeah. I didn't play that on Cliff. Cliff can't hear that. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, you got. I still couldn't.
I still don't think Cliff can hear it because I didn't put it in the right thing.
You got the little apologia for the Bible tells me so.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I'm like, I just heard it. I'm like, you just gave up the ghost, man. You literally just said, "I believe it because a book told me."
Dude, the Taylor science cell biologist chick, she said, I use God to fill in the gaps. You need so you need something to fill in the gaps. I use God to fill in the gaps. We were all like,
you're like, no, dude, you don't need anything to fill in the gaps. Leave the gap open. Just leave it open. Just leave that gap open.
Yeah, it was like the Undertaker losing at WrestleMania, though. You could, I don't know. Everybody's at home watching YouTube, but you could hear the silence. It was just, holy crap! I can't believe. An apologist just gave it up. Just gave it up. Just gave the whole game away. All right, you guys suck. You guys have not figured out anything. All right,
they suck.
What's going on? Why can't these guys figure stuff out?
They're real bad. I don't know. I'm putting in your settings. That's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm putting. What's your evaluation time up near the top of that settings world?
Settings world.
This, by the way, for anyone
60.
who's still watching who isn't completely bored to death by this is called replication.
Oh no, people like this stuff. They tell me this stuff is interesting.
Time is 60. I'm going to set that to 60 on my side. And world size is 40 by 40. 3 food types.
Yes.
And
no walls.
Our switch cost is 10. I got that.
Switch cost 10. No walls.
I'm going to set detect other because you got that set. And we are only using the perfect sensor and the down sensor. And I got to set my population size to 1,000. 1,000. Where is that? So here, I currently have it at 700 because I was running population size 700 to 1,000. This is where I get to see how much faster your computer is than mine.
This one should be decent actually. It's not my new one. My new one should be.
No, yours is gonna be faster than mine. My computer ain't fast. It's like 6 years old. Cheap.
Yeah, this one's pretty decent. I think it's supposed to be like a 64 gig machine, I think.
Yeah, mine runs way slower. Oh, and I gotta plug in roulette. Settings, CFG.
Yeah, but
and I gotta switch this.
Yours are gonna work and get max 1500. I had a max 4 or something like that pop up, but
you got some max 8 happening, which is
what? See, I know. No,
that's eating 3 foods.
Nah, that was broke. You were using the wrong setting.
2.00.
There you go. There you go. That's what you should see. 2.0 is the way to go.
No, I'm saying the selection strength 2.0.
Oh yeah. Well, that's all.
All right,
That's
dude,
what I'm getting
mine-
from Max's.
Generation 0, seed 101. Nope, seed 104. Try seed 104.
Twos the blues.
Dude, seed 104, generation 0. I already had an 8.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's broke. This isn't. They hate it. They don't like it in there.
Yeah, I'm like stable 4s and 8s, man. Which ain't good, but it's, something.
I'm like, you know what?
Oh, and now I got.
They also want me to get. They also want me to get a new computer. They don't like it in there. I don't like it either, guys.
Yours runs, dude. You're running like frighteningly faster than me.
Yeah, but
you're running like 8 times faster than I am.
Yeah, but you know who's not running faster than me? Yours, the goddamn brains, Cliff. They're not. Mine
So
are.
what the hell's going on here? What do I got? Some trickery? Maybe I got some trickery turned on my brains. I'm going to remove my settings organism file, and I'm going to F-setting-S. So I got untouched brains, because I don't know, maybe I did some shit to my brains. Am I running with Markov here, or I got CGP? I'm running with RNN brains. RNN brains are bloody incompetent.
Well, how are they getting there? How are they learning so fast?
Because my shit's just better.
Are Markovs better at this than CGPs?
CGP should be fine. All right, there we go. 2. Okay, there we go.
What's the deal with Berry World, though, as a task with your brain types? Because I'm sure you know.
Markovs and CGPs both do pretty good. They can both get to the theoretical max on the default task, the 2 Berry tasks.
And RNNs aren't as good?
RNN, no, they don't evolve as well. They're just the mutational space just isn't good. They're designed and they work extraordinarily well with backprop, but we don't do backprop. We do neural evolution, so it's different. Also, you can't really backprop.
What's backprop?
Backprop is how you do gradient descent type machine learning, where you show them a bunch of you show them an image, and then you basically say, you look at the outputs and you say, well, how far were these outputs from what I want? And then you go backwards through the whole brain and you tweak all the elements so that you get closer to the expected output. And you keep doing that until you get the expected output on all inputs.
But what we do is just more organic Darwinian evolution.
We do mutation selection.
Right.
So it's inherently less efficient, but it's biologically coherent.
Got you.
I mean, backprop, there's some correlates with backprop and learning, Hebbian processes. All right, so now I'm weird because now my shit's not working. What did you do?
I broke the whole upstream code from Git. Actually, you know what happened, bro? I subjected the entire project to creationist attack, obviously. They've corrupted the core of MABE in a preemptive strike.
Maybe roulette is just garbage for this. Maybe selection is too strong.
I'm wondering if I should throw some CGP on this.
Oh no, selection is probably too weak for this shit. Settings world. Try that. I mean, it's the.
I had a couple of 4s going, but that didn't. A couple of more 4s. This is kind of fun. Y'all know I like passive aggressive strategy games. This is kind of fun. It's like rolling dice, baby. Come on, baby. Let me get that. Papa needs some max. I need some money. No, seriously, I really do need some money. I need this experiment to work out so I could get a professor job. So if y'all could figure out Berry World, I'd really appreciate it. Niggas need jobs. I know you did the work.
There's a thing here that's really easy to lose sight of, and that's how hard this shit can actually be. I think I might know what's going on, actually. I think I know what's going on. Go into your settings, CFG, drop the population size to 500, and then go into your settings world and drop that group size to 500 and see if it works better.
You think the population got too big?
I think there isn't enough empty space, and they're getting hung up on each other, and they just can't move around.
All right, and so back to group size down to 500.
Yep, you passed it. Yep, there it is, 500. Yep.
But isn't that still the same concentration though?
No, because the world size is still 40 by 40. So the world size has 1,600 locations. It's just we're only filling up 500 of them now.
Got you. All right, let's get out of there. Let's go with a new seed. 300. I don't know. Whatever.
It doesn't matter. You can use 101 because as soon as we change the init pop, everything's going to be different.
So there's something wrong with? Or shouldn't it just be any seed?
Well, I mean, some seeds will work, some won't, but no need to change it. Right, as soon as we change the population size,
yeah,
the use of random numbers is going to be different, and so everything will be different.
I'm getting more 4 action early, but they're still stuck on 2. Something's got to be going on here.
Interesting. No, I'm getting. The thing I was starting to say before was these projects are all cans of worms. They're like there's so many things that can be going on, and it can be really hard to sort of suss out what's.
Is there any value to turning off? Wait, we have turned off sex altogether, right? They're just doing straight berry world now, right?
Well, I mean, they're doing this 3-berry garbage with yada yada yada.
But they're not doing sex. They're not doing lex. They're not doing force or shape or any of that.
None of that.
They're just doing stock made, basically, right?
All right, I got some numbers that look maybe like they're gonna work. Why don't you up the world size to 50 by 50? Give them a little bit more room. And I use seed 103, which may or may. Are you on an Apple or are you on Windows?
Windows.
Okay, so if you use seed 103, we should get the identical results.
Seed 103.
103, but up the world. Did you up the world? Yeah, 50 by 50. Okay, cool.
Nope.
Right, I got one point. Can you scroll up to update 0? Just let it run. 1 point. Oh, I'm running with tournament. Let me run it with roulette. Okay. Well, did it work?
Nope.
No. Interesting.
Nope.
Interesting. Well, I ran it with tournament and it worked.
All right. Let's.
I think I got my 3 species here.
All right. Settings. I could try. How do I turn on? I gotta go to settings world, change the.
No. Let me get you. I'll get you a seed that works with. I'm just checking. Yeah, I got my 3 foods. So they're eating 3 foods. I got my 3 species. Everything's cool. And settings.tfg. Hi, kitty.
Yeah. That's what's going on.
I got a kitty.
Harley figured it out. It's just that my computer's just too much for him.
Yeah, I saw that. That's probably it.
Probably it.
They got so much free time in there between the two. They're doing their own thing. They don't care about us. All right, I'm going to change this back to roulette. I'm going to change it back to 1.05.
Should throw some nasty shit.
The thing is, the selection, if that number in roulette, that 2.00 that we put in, that's the selection strength. And if that's too high, then it's going to make it hard to cross values. If it's too low, it's going to make it hard to detect fitness benefits. So, having that number in the wrong place could do some gnarly stuff. So I'm going to try it with a 1.05 and see.
Oh yeah, this is trash. They're not even averaging 2 anymore. All right, come on, guys. You guys are done. Also, okay, there we go. Finally stopped. All right. All right, we need to start. So, are you gonna mess with the? Is this
try to get a result in roulette?
Is the switch cost not working? Is that not a good thing to lower?
No, don't mess. We need that to be high. Otherwise, they're gonna use a switching strategy. So it doesn't really matter what it is. It just has to be high.
Got you.
It looked promising for a hot minute.
Y'all are trash. You're supposed. What kind of brains can't figure out Barry World? Everybody just eat something different. Is it so early on that eating things is just, it's all equivalent?
Well, they're completely random. These brains are completely random initially. Right? So like they got to figure out eating. And what they usually do is they figure out just eat. And then they never move. So that's why they're showing 2, is they're eating the food that they're on, and then they never eat anything else. Interesting. Okay, so these guys I got guys that did other stuff, but then they kind of lost habit.
Whoa, I had an 8 pop up.
Yeah, I mean, somebody did.
Now, that means somebody with 8, move 8, right? But
all right, go put in selection 1.5 and run with seed 108.
All right, selection is in here. Settings 1.5. And then the seed is 108. All right, now let's look at the first line near. First line is 1.085.
All different stuff from me.
Of course. Come on. What did you think was going to work? We got to have something different going on with our rigs here.
Scroll up. Let me see your little block of text there.
You don't have all the settings I have, Cliff.
Well, I should have all the relevant settings. Scroll up a little more. I got to see the world setup. A little more. There we go. Very world setup. Using down sensor, using perfect sensor. Sensor has 4. Oh, your sensor has 7 inputs. Oh, we did something to your sensor. Oh, let's pop that file open. When did we do that?
We were messing with sensors at some point.
What? All right. Go up. Go up. You got to find code.
Yeah. Okay.
It lives down in code.
Organism.
Code. No. It's code world. Because the sensors are determined by the world. It's a feature of the body. Proper dualism means the body's part of the world. Yada yada yada.
Oh, I got
you. Berry world. Second one. Perfect sensors. That guy. Pop that open. And what's going on? Okay, wait. Let me see your setting world CFG. I think we're using a local. It should be towards ish the bottom of Berry World. It should be a path somewhere. Keep going. It's going to be a block with some sensor. Here we go. Sensors. Here we go. Code, Berry World, perfect sensors. Code world, Berry World, perfect sensors. Yeah, that's in code world. That's what we should be using. Why is it saying that it has 7 inputs? The scroll to the top. It should be using the first definition, which should have 4 inputs. This 1, 2, 3, 4 thing. The agent is at the dot on line 3, right in the middle.
Right, and they've got.
And the default is it's looking up, and it should have. 4 inputs. Perfect sensor. 4 inputs. 19 inputs and 3 outputs. Let me see your output again. At the top, just scroll up on the output. How many inputs and how many outputs?
Oh, it's off the screen.
Oh, just kill it and start it again. And just Control C it once it starts. Just hit enter so you get to the bottom of the screen, and then there we go. Control C and
This terminal has no. Okay, cool. All right, and then
you got an extra chart at the end there.
Boom, and then we go.
Yeah, now scroll up. Tell me what the heck you're.
7 inputs.
Perfect sensor has 7 inputs, 31 inputs. I have 19 inputs. So, did I not set that? I thought I did set that. What is going on? Why is your perfect sensor garbo? Am I using a different perfect sensor? Maybe I'm using a different perfect sensor. Then, settings, world. Code, world, very perfect sensor, small front. Did I edit small front? That would be dumb.
Cliff, the name should be Abby Normal. AB Normal.
Code,
Ab.
very world.
What movie is that? Bride? Is that Frankenstein? Bride of Frankenstein? I don't know the Frankenstein reference. Princess Bride or something?
It's the one with Gene Wilder.
It's the one Mike's always referencing.
Perfect sensors. Small front. Did I modify you?
My pop culture movie knowledge is trash.
My terminal is hung up on me.
Yeah, I'm sure you get that a lot, huh, Cliff? Actually, we should be looking at you and your lovely scarf. Cliff is guys, what do you think of the scarf, right? I think the scarf just makes Cliff look so sophisticated. Yeah, Harley Quinn said I should replace my small front.
I'm using the same thing.
You're using the same thing? Okay. Yeah, that's actually what she suggested before, right? It's hot swapping files, but I think we mostly have the same files. You don't have the same. It's not supposed to be using the roulette, the tournament file. Shouldn't be using any of those tournament parameters.
Oh, I got roulette plugged in with all default except 1.5.
And I don't have any code anywhere other than tournament that I know of. Yeah, because even all the other stuff was in just the headers for the tournament. So yeah, I don't have code anywhere else. That's weird.
Definitely weird. Yeah, I don't know why your perfect sensor is off. That is some. Kill this thing. Do it. Or actually, sorry. Let's just see. Do we have is there in your work directory? Is there a perfect sensor?
In my work directory.
No, in experiment.
In experiment.
The work directory. I mean, that's the one you're working in.
No.
Why is your perfect sensor coming in wrong? What is going on? Okay, you know what I want to do? Screw this. I want to pull a new MABE. I just want to.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to pull a new MABE, and I want to see you just use everything stock off the shelf, and I want it to not work.
All right, let's do that. All right, so let's see. We just gonna pull from the master again. What is my thing using? It's using the weird So I should already have a default made, but you want me to pull a different one from the
No, I want you to pull
repository?
new. I just and if you pull it, actually, I can give you a different branch to check out.
Can you give me a command? Is there a one-liner to pull it into the?
Yeah, I don't know it. I have a file, but it won't work for you because I'm a core developer.
All right,
I have a file with a bunch of commands in it. I don't know how to use key.
All right, let me.
I learned the commands once and I wrote them down, and I never use anything else.
Okay, let me see what.
I know that sounds weak, but
no, it's fine. I just got to go to the Mabe wiki hints.
You can go and you can just pull the thing down as a zip, and then
yeah, that's what I mean. I just got it, but I got to get the zip into the WSL.
where it says master, the first thing is where it says master.
Go to
click on that and go down to the one that says. Go down until you find one that says update random. Update random. That's it. And now under code, click on code. And here it says
download zip.
Download zip. Yeah, download zip.
All right. Now the thing is, I gotta get that into the WSL so that it goes on to. I know what to do. All right. Here's what we do. All right. We're gonna go in here. I gotta let my brain churn on it for a little bit.
I gotta run it 3.
All right, go ahead. Damn it, clip that soon. All right. So we got that open in the Explorer. Then we got Explorer.exe. Yeah, so that's where we're at. Let's actually go up a directory. No, let's do better than that. Let's go with a new directory called Mabe random. We'll open that. Then we'll open that downloads thing in a new window. That has the Mabe updates random. Boom. That should be a clean copy. Then we should do extract here. It's extracting. It should give us a directory there. Boom, there it is. All right, now we should be able to go in here. Go up a couple of directories. Now we can go into Mabe random. Mabe updates random. And then we're gonna do, what is it? It's setup. No. It's sh tools setup command, I think.
Yeah, setup.cmd.
Okay.
Now edit your modules.txt first to make sure you have what you want in there. Make sure you got Markov brains turned on. And
all right, cool. Let's go. Let's just Vim it real quick, I guess. Right?
You can just open it. You can open it in the editor if you want. Either or.
I just gotta get. Oh, here. I know what to do. Add folder to workspace. Mabe random. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah. And then modules.txt. All right, and then we want to say, let's just say the opposite. Let's say default to roulette and include, no, just fuck that up. Default to roulette, include tournament, default to Markov, include CGP. Go ahead and include RNAs while you're at it. Little menu, brains. We need circular genomes. We need the load archivist. we need berry world. So let's default berry world. We'll include test. And we'll include block catch, since I've got the option to. We'll see if the block catch thing works. All right, cool. So that's our thing. Now we're going to just build this baby, right?
Do it.
Boom.
I wasn't watching, so if you got anything wrong, then it's on you.
I just included some extra stuff like RNNs and
All right.
block catch.
Sure.
I don't know if you saw Harley Quinn's comment, but she said you look preppy with your scarf like you're about to go play tennis. Yes.
I am not. It is nothing. This is like anti-fashion. Literally, like I get cold hands and like I get like the shivers, and like I'm not gonna wear gloves and try to type, but like if I put the scarf on, then I don't know, it just fixes my whole body temperature regulation thing. It's just
function over form, baby. All right, so
it just keeps me real toasty.
All right, so now we did that. All right, and so let's go check out we need some settings. All right, so let's go to work.
We'll just work in work because we can.
Yeah. And so it's ./Mabe-S, right?
Yep.
Because it should have good default settings.
So now you should be able to pop open your settings. Royal.
All right, so this should give us settings world. All right, now let's do our settings. What do we want? Evaluation time. Should we just leave it?
No. It said evaluation time 60.
Okay, 60. 40 by 40.
50 by 50.
50 by 50.
Has wall false.
Has wall.
Nope, you've gone past it.
There it is.
Scroll down. Yep, this is all fine. Move default is 1. Yep, this is all fine.
Switch cost 10.
10, yep. All right, scroll down and turn on sense other. Sorry, not the smell other, but the one above it.
Smell food?
No.
Perfect.
So where it says perfect sensor detects other.
Turn that on. Okay.
Otherwise, they can't see each other.
Yep.
Now you got to go down to the group size and pop that up to 500.
Group size. Where's group size?
You're in the block cache. There we go. Now you're in the right place. I think you passed it. Should be like group size 1, which is why you can't find it. Just search group size for Pete's sake.
Okay, function group size. There it is. Worldberry group. Group size 1. It should
500.
be 500. Okay. And then we've got to do the actual settings, right? Like population size 1,000.
500. Population
500. And then the updates should be, who cares? Let's just set it up.
10K.
Yeah. Just so it runs. All right. What else? Snapshots.
Set your snapshot data sequence to 50 and and then you don't need the organism. You just need those. Just set that to 50, and then on line 26, turn that to 1.
Right, the snapshot files.
And set your real-time sequence on line 18 to 1. That'll just increase the resolution that we save data at. and then you're going to go down to the block.
Yeah, this is all right. So, what is the function power? The power of the strength of selection. Go ahead. 2.
I'm looking. No, that's too strong. Settings.
You said 1.5.
1.5.
You're making me miss my heavy keyboard.
And then I'm running exceed 110. I think that this is everything.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Okay, that's different.
Yeah. You'll see.
All right.
Indeedly it is.
Okay. All right. So now we've got to figure out how to get.
All right. So what I want you to do is
what do we do now?
let it run for. We're gonna let it run for a couple minutes, and I'm gonna show you a thing. It's gonna be like Cliff's Mind Blowers. If you ever watch Rick and any fan of Rick and Morty, you got like Morty's Mind Blowers. It's gonna be Cliff's Mind Blowers. So we're getting a fitness here of like
A gazillion.
Not totally trivial. Let's put it that way.
Tens of thousands. Yeah.
Tens of thousands. Yeah. So we'll let it get to 500. Well, it's running pretty fast. Let's let it get to 1,000. So we have 10 snapshots to play with.
All right. It's after 3.
I know. This is going to take a long time. You're going to see. Well, actually, I want to see if this works because it's new code that I was writing, and I want to see if it. I want to know. I want to know if it works.
Yeah, you should be having other people test your new branch.
So this is the new branch. This is a new Markov brain, although you're not using any of the new parts. It's but the code we're going to use is code I wrote last week. It's very fancy. It's very smart. It's very smart me. You have to be a very smart me to write this code. I'm a real genius person.
Step up. I gotta step up on some of my code. I gotta start writing Rust again. I gotta start boring these YouTube. But they like this stuff, so
Yep.
I'm gonna step up my C++ and my Rust.
Yep. All right, 950, 960, 970, 980, 990, 1000. Control C. Now, if you actually had your M-graph working, we could just display this thing. But just do
Snapshot.
Python, whatever you have to do for Python. ..tools mgraph-s.
Python 3 .tools mgraph.py. Yep. Okay. Now you got to tell me what
you
to
have to do dash s, and then you got to say like in .png or whatever you want to call it, data.png, whatever you want to call it.
Oh yeah, for save.
You have to do dash save. I don't remember.
Test.png.
Yeah, try that. It may blow up because it may not like dash s. Yeah, you gotta make dash s dash save. Oh, I think it's okay. I think it's actually dash save PNG and then save name test. That's how it's gotta be. Camel case name.
Boo. I like the first way. I like the first signature better.
All right, go display that. Go find that and display it. Oh, okay, it worked. Okay, so what's going on? So
whoa, lots.
Oh, we didn't set the 3 food types, but that's fine.
Okay, yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So there's only 2 food types, and what we're seeing is that they are eating between 6 and 0. And zoom in on. Oh, you can't because of reasons. Interesting. Okay, so what this is showing me. Okay, kill this. This is actually interesting. So this is not what I was expecting, but it's interesting. What is happening? Oh, it's fit one rare. Okay, up arrow a couple times to get the M graph back, and now add dash where range. Space, and now let's put in 0 500 0 space 500. So what this is going to do is it's only going to show us generation 0 to 500.
Oh.
That didn't make a new one. Oh no, it did. It did.
Yeah, I think it did.
Oh, so we got to zoom in even more. Oh, of course we do. Yeah. Okay. So do 300 to 400. Maybe that'll be good enough.
How does it know which range to get?
What do you mean?
Oh,
this just tells it which updates to look at.
Oh, you just set it so that particular command looks for updates.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it looks for whatever the x-axis is. You can make the x-axis something else, but
got you.
Over there. Right. Okay. So what we're seeing here is a condition of fit when rare. So this crazy oscillation. In fact, if you kill this, so you see it's going up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
Kill this, and
zoom in even more.
Why are you getting fit when rare though? Why aren't they just speciating? No. Dash data. And then say food 1 underbar av, food 2 underbar av. That's foo.
I like foo. All right, food 1 like that.
Yeah, underbar av, food 2 underbar av. Dash combined data. Dash combined data. And run this thing. What this is going to do is only show us food 1 and food 2, and it's going to put them on the same plot. And if you pop this up so it's full screen, what you'll see is that they're changing. They're going back and forth.
Yep.
And so what this means is when there are lots of red eaters, it's really good to be a blue eater, and when there's lots of blue eaters, it's really good to be a red eater.
Right.
Now, I don't know why they're not speciating. So I'm a little... This is the kind of behavior I was getting when I had sex. So did you set number... You didn't set number of parents to 2, did you?
Nope.
Why are you getting oscillatory behavior? What is going on? They should speciate.
They're doing cool shit, though.
Oh, my God. All right, I got to go. I don't know what to.
I don't know. Now, what do you want me to do between now and Monday? Nothing, or shape mating, or what? Leave them alone. No,
we got to get you to get. We got to get your runs to look like my runs. All right. What I want you to do is take your setting files that you just generated.
Yeah. And
mail them to me, so I can plug them in and get the same result with your random seed, whatever it was.
Okay.
Or just make me an email that just has the setting files attached. Yeah. And tell me what random seed you used, and I want to try to get the same result.
Okay.
And then I'll figure out what I want you to do.
All right.
Because right now I'm like, if I can't get you getting the same thing, then there's something
All right.
wrong.
So let's go.
So this
random
behavior that we
series
just
one
got
time.
is what I expect when there's sex, without preference.
Right, but there shouldn't be any sex.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any sex, and so they should speciate, because there's two niches. There's a food 1 niche and a food 2 niche, and yeah, they should just stabilize. Once the 2 species exist, it should stabilize very quickly to it's good to have both. So I gotta figure out what's going on. All right.
I'll see you later, man. Thanks so much, and I'll put these together and send it to you in a minute.
Yeah, sorry we didn't get something more definitive.
No, it's fine. We got time. I'm not worried about it. We got time, and I'm gonna just make sure I get that draft pretty much in good shape, and then it'll be fine. I'll get that done, and then it'll it'll be fine.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
We're not meeting tomorrow, so we're Friday or whatever.
Yeah,
we're not meeting tomorrow.
So Monday.
Yeah. I'll see you Monday.
Yeah, see you Monday. Thanks so much, Cliff. See you later.
Bye.
All right, have a good one. All right, gang. I'm gonna head back to the compound. I think my butt's already over there. I'll do that. I'll take a quick break, and then I think I'm gonna switch over to. Well, we'll take a quick break. Actually, I've done kind of a lot, right? Because I jumped on with Nitty, then we met with Cliff, so we'll take a little bit of an extended break. But I kind of don't want to. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break and then power through, because I'm going to get to the paper, get through more of the paper, and then I'm going to just end the day at a more reasonable time. And then we're going to fucking play cards, right? We're in Pinochle world. I want everybody learning fucking Pinochle. Pinocle's the key to my heart. But also, no. It's just our game right now. We're getting it in, but we've got a lot going on game wise. Also, Harley's Quinn. We're gonna set up a special theme for horror gaming too. Maybe we could even work on that. That's something that shouldn't be too bad to knock out. It gets a little funky trying to do that stuff on stream. It's kind of easier to do off stream, but I think I could pretty much download it, transfer over the files, and get it set up or something. We'll figure it out. But yeah, definitely coming soon. Special theme just for playing fun horror games. Definitely going to be playing a lot of Pinochle this week, hoping to get you guys into that. I've actually reformulated Pinochle School. Even yesterday, I redid the notes in the Pinochle Lounge, and I put some more at the bar to make it more convenient to learn Pinochle if you're hanging out at the bar in the Pinochle Lounge with the rest of the gang. Matter of fact, I might even add a couple more of those over there, because if you just don't press anything, they go away. But yeah, basically, I think the new way to do it is jump into the tutorial game at World of Cards first, then read the World of Cards little introductory article thing, then watch that playlist real quick, then play some practice games. And then I'm going to end up setting up another station that gets you into more intermediate play, where it gets you thinking about bidding, some of the teamwork strategy at play. Have you start to play a number of other practice games against the computers. Then we're gonna make it almost like a dojo, and then I'm gonna set up some readings for you guys to really think about the conversation, the more advanced strategies. Ways to sharpen your skills. So I'm actually been sort of hard at work thinking about how to help you guys level up quickly. Also, we do have a house app, but I'm going to introduce you guys to some of the other apps like World of Cards and Play OK, places where it's much easier to find human competition that play the same or a similar rule set to ours. So appreciate everybody's support. And I will be right back, and we'll get into our manuscript.
Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all on the line. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, the same man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song, Shorty. You know, I can't sing like you can, but I'm letting people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
I would change. Thought that I would change. Yeah. Thought that I would change.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff.
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same.
Fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the yeah, I don't know. That should be going hard. All right. Let's catch a brief moment, if we shall. A little smoke break, if you will. And we do the thing that I am the best at on the motherfucking entire internet. There is no one rising faster in the unbelievably earth-shattering, important sub-genre of R.M. Brown and Chill.
Such a funny way. I don't want to say the part because somebody will clip it out, but there's such a really funny part with the dad. His dad, who is Japanese. It's so fun. I mean, it's like serious
My tights
stuff
be
like
trying to low ride right now.
anti-Asian racism.
I gotta adjust my
but
tights. Make sure they're
dealt
in
with
ass
in
kicking
a
mode.
funny way. But I tried to get John Moritsugu on the show. He's making a
that
new movie
flexibility
that
right
looks
there.
amazing.
What I'm just
If
ready.
anybody hasn't seen
ready.
Terminal
Look
USA,
at that,
please
that
go
ass
watch it.
kicking motion.
It's out there.
The
You
proper,
can watch
you see
it.
the proper
it's one of the
aim,
greatest movies
the
ever made.
verticality.
You have Forever Ruined, generally speaking, for me. I get
axis,
this all the time. People are saying this all the
on
time.
axis
No,
with the
believe me, I
precision
hear it
ass
too.
Kicking motion right there. I mean,
And people use
you gotta
the
work
phrase
on that
generally
shit. That shit
speaking
takes-
so
that
often.
shit takes
Generally
practice.
Generally speaking, Chinese people look
Chinese.
They look Chinese. I mean, on average.
I watched Terminal USA
Most of
when I was like 16,
for the most
and
part.
I think I blocked
It's
most of it out.
It's a bell curve, people. It's a bell curve, obviously.
It's great. It's great. And to think that that movie was made in a time when movies were independent movies were basically impossible to make, that he got that made is amazing.
Boop, 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 boop. Mode. Let me put that in the chat.
But,
Mode.
Yeah, I've been trying to
Oh
get him on the
shit,
show.
gang!
really
I
want
forgot the
more people.
avatars, gang. Why did you let me forget the avatars? I should just
Sorry we
leave them
let
on all
everyone
the
down
time.
again. 4 more years of
I
that.
can't believe you guys let me
turd
forget
monger
the
Rand
avatars.
Paul.
You guys
Yeah,
are the worst
What are you guys
producers.
getting out of Rand Paul?
Gang,
exactly?
you guys, gang, you gotta step up, gang. This show doesn't work without you. You guys are the co-producers. You're the people that make this thing go. I'm gonna be slipping once in a while. You know, every now and then I slip, and stream avatars are new, so sometimes I forget them. You know, I need you guys to step. You guys gotta step it up. You can't be forgetting such vital shit.
Why would anybody why would, even if you don't care about politics, I feel like you could just look at that
I got
guy
you, though.
and be like, oh yeah,
I
he
got
looks
you this
like
time.
a con artist. Like you could just
Better
get
late than never.
vibes from him. Are you a Greg Araki fan? Yes.
Boom.
Yes. Yes.
Avatar it
yes.
up.
I think I just watched.
Now you got to
his,
get in the chat to have your avatar up here.
I just
My
watched
avatar is
his,
up here looking lonely like a motherfucker now.
Yeah, and he uses that same actor who was in Donnie Darko. I guess he played the rabbit.
Listen,
in Donnie
I know there's
Darko.
20,000 people watching
I was never
right
a huge
now.
Donnie Darko fan, but that guy's a great actor. He was in Doom Generation, and yes, Doom Generation. I watched that.
Where's the
I
gang?
rewatched
Who
that,
else
and I
is
was like,
live?
does this movie hold up? And
Feels
it's
like so.
actually
Is Nitty still
it's
live?
a great movie. Yes, shout out to Greg Araki.
Show me Nidamos. Is Nidamos
Yeah,
live
he's
right
fucking
now?
great. And he does kind of have a John. I would imagine him and John Moritsugu are friends or
This
something.
isn't giving me the vibe that
James
Nidamos
Duval
live
is
right
the
now.
guy's name. He's going to be in the new movie too. So if there's any Donnie Darko fans out there, you know, if you live in an apartment that just has one second-hand leather recliner chair
Yeah,
and
it's
carpet, old carpet, and
Was he
horrible
talking to Rebel
blinds,
Naz?
and it's a one-bedroom
Oh,
apartment.
Lord.
And you have the Donnie Darko poster, you should be very excited about the new John Moritsugu movie because James Duval is in it. What an underrated actor. Yeah, James Duval. Is it Duval?
That should be getting me
He's
hyped.
fucking great, man.
It's fucking great, man. It's fucking amazing, dude.
Okay. Okay.
All right, we're just gonna arm brown and chill. I don't know where everybody's at. We're gonna arm brown
Let's
chill
take a
real
few
quick,
more
and then
calls.
I'm
Let's try
firing
Franco
up.
again.
I'm gonna fire
Franco,
up
are you there
my
this time?
timer. My
Franco, are you there this time?
Oh, my
Maybe we
Pomodoro
should look
timer.
at more Kid
Let me head off to the Zoom. I'm in the
Funny to see Lauren
the
Bouval
gather.
lose, though.
I'm in the
so
wrong
JD
gather
Vance
here.
won,
Let's get out of here. Let's go back to the ranch.
Which,
I'm going home.
you know,
I'm going home
this is
to
funny.
the
Okay, we
ranch.
gotta
I feel like we should write a song about
I mean,
going
not
home
to make
the
fun
ranch.
of the way people look.
I'm
did this
gonna head
tweet?
to the office. It's office time still.
Some guy named Pugmane.
I got a
on
bunch
Twitter.
of offices,
JD,
but I'm keeping it G. We're going to the captain's.
JD Vance
going to
looks
the
like a
captain's room.
computer-generated image of what a kidnapped child looks like as an adult. Look at that. That is so true. That's what that looks like. Have you seen him? Have you seen me? You know?
All right, now we're going to
This is what he
meet
looks like now.
Myronbot.
An artist rendering. Poor guy. You know, Peter Thiel just giving this guy a bunch of money to be annoying.
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to chill here.
Generally speaking, that
so
guy's
I can face
annoying.
my people. Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
Adonish, are you there? We'll take a few more calls.
Right.
Hey, Adonish, what's up?
Doing pretty good.
Screen share
actually
mode is
just got
good.
off of entire election season campaign. I was a field organizer for my local state senator.
That's amazing.
Okay,
That's so good of you to get involved.
And,
How did it? What was your experience?
Yeah, we're putting the same screen up.
Prerequisite experience
here.
for this? Or
No. I
do
mean,
you
like,
how-
just like how what?
Boom, there we go.
Did you? How did it go? Did you take something out of it personally, like that kind of thing?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so we were redistricted to pretty much just be the entire county.
But for stuff like
instead
this,
of,
gang, I actually kind of
an
prefer to do this.
amalgamation
Put it
of
on my
4 other
side
counties in
screen.
my area.
Okay.
Do
So
that.
I was able to actually
Plop over to Myronbot.
I canvassed probably 15 to 1800 doors,
unshare.
and pretty
Share
much in
that
every town
screen.
of my
Optimize the
county.
video.
So
That's great.
It was nice to just meet everybody. You know, my candidate is actually running in a Trump 6
Now you guys can
plus
see what's
district.
going on in
Wow.
Gabby.
He was able to secure his victory.
Wow.
Won by 1,000 points.
You know, it really is. I did some of that canvassing, and it's actually fun. It's kind of interesting because a couple people kept us there for a while. I went with 2 other people.
You can see the captain's room. You
And
can
they
see
were
the
like,
gather chat.
Tell me more. A lot of people would just be like,
There isn't anything going on right now,
I'm
but
busy, you know. But some people would be like,
just kinda
I wanna-
showing you the look.
What do you think? You know,
So now
and
you
they would
can
have
see
a
what's going on in
conversation. I
Gather.
thought that's kind of sweet, you know.
I don't like to do this when I'm working
and
on something.
That, and I mean, honestly,
Because obviously I want to have what I'm
the
working
amount
on
of,
full screen
his
in front of me.
constituents
But
that would just reach out with.
this is like me
issues
sharing
and,
my monitor.
Kind of being able to be a liaison at people's doors and set them up with our Senate office. I don't know, a lot of people are out there right now. If you have any financial issues or housing problems, they don't realize that they can reach out to their local Senate office for assistance with stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and that was just, I think, something I was super glad to be able to provide, and I'm also thankful I was offered a constituency advocacy position.
I gotta do
once we
something.
open up our second office.
Hell yeah, Adonish, sounds
Yeah, man.
good. You're part of the political machine now.
Well, so it's so funny because
All right, let's go ahead and get myself a Pomodoro timer
I'm
going.
a line cook. I was working in a hotel kitchen before this. Yeah, not a long yeah.
Do you have
And,
any? Before I let you go, do you have any cooking advice you could give us?
Oh, Jesus. This is on the spot. I mean, I don't know.
You're just, or are you mostly just doing sort of? You're just kind of shoving out there average food that you don't really care about that much.
All right, gang. Here's our
That was my
Pomodoro
last
timer.
job.
Okay.
I've
We're
been
gonna
in
set
their
it, and we're gonna get back to work.
before. But I mean, if you're at home, you know.
All right. So we got 25 on the clock, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump back into our manuscript here, and I'm gonna get with reviewing this with you guys. We reread the abstract. We'll come back to it, but right now, we'll read the author summary. I'm just going to quickly summarize the experiment again. I'll do this at the beginning of streams, but I'm going to do so quickly. So if you don't grab all of it, it's okay. You'll get it over time. We're going to break it down plenty. All right. So we start with this idea of replaying life's tape. The idea being this green star you can think of as the start, and this red X you can think of as the end, right? The beginning is green, you start green, you stop at red. And you can replay the tape of life, if you think about starting with a single organism, like literally one single organism represented by one genotype, and then you're going to let it, multiply and prosper and evolve over time. And let's say that takes a year. Now, imagine you could replay the tape of life by, let's say, January 1st. Every year, you're going to take that single genotype, you're going to pop it into a flask, you're going to let it evolve for a year. Boop, that's year one. Then the next year, you're going to do the same thing, but you got to restart it. You got to take the same genotype. Let's say you have it in a freezer. You take it out of the freezer on year 2, January 1st, boop. Then you do it again, year 3, year 4, year 5. That would be a fucking nightmare because it would take forever, right? So the uniqueness of these type of experiments is that you're replaying life's tape by starting with a single ancestor and letting evolution play out repeatedly, but you're doing it in parallel, all at once. So you just have 1 year where you evolve 5 different populations starting from the same exact genotype. And that's actually the power of the Lenski long-term evolution experiment. Many of you have heard of Rich Lenski's famous long-term evolution experiment. It's the longest running evolution experiment in the history of science in terms of the number of generations. Basically, he started with a single isolated individual E. coli genotype, put that same isolated genotype into 12 separate flasks, and then every day 1% of that flask is transferred into a new flask, and it's been going on for 75,000 generations. And it's basically evolution playing out from start to an undetermined finish. It just keeps going, and it's being replayed 12 times. And what that allows you to do is pick a time point that all of them get to. Let's say early in the experiment. For the sake of this one, we'll talk about early in the experiment where they had evolved to say like 2,000 generations. It allows you to take them, and you can actually suss out the influence of random effects like mutation, genetic drift, and other stochastic processes, and natural selection. And you do that by measuring changes in the phenotypes. So you have some trait. Remember, at the beginning of the experiment, there's no variation in that trait, right? You're using the same individual organism, so they all have the same exact genotype, which means they all have basically the same exact phenotype. They have the same fitness, they have the same cell size, they have the same blase and the flavonoids. At the end of the experiment, you also measure the same trait. And so on this bottom axis, this x-axis, the ancestral trait value, we're going to measure the ancestor's value, which let's say originally was 5. Let's say in this case it's fitness. And then you plot that against the derived value, which is the value at the end. That's what's on the y-axis. And if you still see that there's no change, that means the trait has not evolved, right? In this case, B is showing us what would happen if we measured these at the end and they all were still the same exact value. We would say that it had not evolved. There was no variation initially. There's still no variation, and there's no change in the mean. In case C, the average is still the same, but there's variation due to chance. The random replicates all are different, but it's just random. This is due to chance alone. We know that because they all evolved in the same environment, and since the mean hasn't changed, there's been no repetitive effect due to adaptation. Remember, adaptation is a non-random effect. It's systematic. It should cause a systematic change. Either you get higher fitness, lower fitness, you get shorter, you get taller. If what you see is no change in the average value, but just noise, then that effect of the noise is due to chance. In this case, D, you see an effect due to adaptation. In this case, there's no random variation between them, but they've all had the same response. They've all increased in, let's say, fitness, or increased in size, or increased in IQ, whatever the fuck it is, and they've all had the same increase. And so you would say that that systematic effect that they all did every single time is due to natural selection. How do you know that? Because they have no difference in their history. And you see the same thing repeated again and again when they're in the same exact environment. So you would say that effect is due to adaptation, and of course you can have an effect due to both chance and adaptation. So you can have none, chance, adaptation, both. Now, what you can't do in this particular experiment is add in the third important ingredient in evolution, which is inheritance or history. In other words, these all start with the same ancestor, so initially there are no differences in their inherited genotype. So to do that, you have to do an experiment that has two phases, where you perform this first phase to get unique histories. These do have unique histories, but they only have unique histories at the end and not the beginning. So to test the effect of history, you have to do something like this, where you perform this experiment, but it becomes the first phase. It gives you unique histories. Then you perform a second phase where you start with the common genotype, but this time you take that common genotype and it's one ancestor from each of the lineages you evolved in the first phase, right? Because after the first phase, this is a unique history, right? We replayed the tape of life, so now this has a unique history. We replayed the tape of life, that gave us another unique history. We replayed the tape of life, that gave us another unique history. We replayed the tape of life, that gave us another unique history. See what I'm saying? We replayed the tape of life, another unique history. I'm sure you see where I'm going with this. Now we sample from each of these unique histories. We say, all right, give me one organism. Why? Because when I restart from these replicates, I want the replicates in phase 2 to all have a common ancestor the way these histories all had a common ancestor. So then in phase 2, we do the same thing. We're replaying the tape of life from a common start, replaying tape of life from a common start, replaying the tape of life from a common start, right? Then at the end, we get to do the same thing. If everything shows a systematic effect, we can see the effect of adaptation. We can also see if there's random differences between replicates that have the same ancestor. That will be due to chance. And then we can also see if there's systematic differences between the groups, and the systematic differences between the groups will be due to the history. And we know that that history evolved de novo in phase 1, and that there's nothing else different about these groups other than which lineage they're selected from. So we have completely isolated the effect of history because we know that that history evolved in phase 1, and it evolved under the same exact conditions, and it evolved from the same exact starting point. So this is a very powerful experimental design. And at the end of it, we can do the same thing, which is we can compare the end derived values that we get at the end of evolution with the ancestral trait values that we have at the start. In this case, we're looking at the ancestral versus derived values with regard to phase 2. These are the ancestral values at the beginning of phase 2. These are derived values at the end of phase 2. Right? The stars represent these X's. It represents what was the initial values when we started phase 2 and we selected an ancestor from each lineage. This example, this is showing us, the difference in these lineages. So that's why they have stars here. Right? It's like these little black stars, this is them. Whatever trait we're measuring, we assume that there's some difference in them based on the history from phase 1, right? And then now we're going to look at the derived values, and the derived values we have depicted here as, again, a group for each ancestor. And if you zoom in here, you can actually see there's faint little gray stars, right? And that's just, I take these black stars, which just says, hey, this is the initial distribution of the ancestors. And then we fade that to gray so that you can focus on the derived values with relation to the ancestor values, remembering that this isocline, that dotted line, is simply the line at which the derived value and the ancestor value are the same. So in the case of chance only, what would you see? In chance only, you would see the fact that, again, they're spread, but the means haven't changed. Everybody, but there's still an effective history, right? Because everybody's average in the trait is determined by which ancestor they have, and then there's chance variation that creates spread within each group. So that would be, they still have the same average within the group, but we see random differences between replicates within each group. Then we have an effect that includes adaptation. So we still see an effective history. Their average score is determined by which ancestor they start with. We see random variation still within each replicate like we see here, but the average is shifted and by a similar amount in each case. And that effect, just like in the other case in phase 1, is due to adaptation. In the case of E, we still see adaptation, but in this case, adaptation has erased history. So there might be some optimal value or some limit to whatever the trait is, and as the populations evolve towards that, it sort of erases the effect of history. If you just had these values, it'd be hard to figure out which ancestor they come from. Because they've all been pushed to a common range. Whereas by here, you could still sort them based on history. You could say, oh, the one with the highest score comes from the ancestor with the highest score. The group with the lowest score come from the ancestor with the lowest score. Even if you mix them up, you'd be able to figure that out, or at least get, a good correlation. Here, you would not. If you mix these up and then had to try to identify which ancestor they came from, you'd have a hard time, right? Because they're all in the same range of values. And so it's sort of erased the effect of history. And this one, F, it's also erased the effect of history. You still have effective adaptation, but it's moving towards some intermediate optimal value. You still have chance variation within each group, but the effect of history is reduced, but this time it's an intermediate value rather than some extreme value. And in this case, history is amplified, but idiosyncratically. The where you end up is determined by your ancestor, but whether or not it's going to stay the same, get a little bit better, or a little bit worse, or a lot better, or a lot worse is unpredictable, or idiosyncratic is the term we use. So that is basically how this two-phase replay experiment allows you to actually quantify, by that we mean accurately measure empirically, the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history. Adaptation being selection, chance being random variation, and history being a measure of the effects of differential inheritance. And so in this way, you are testing the relative strength, so to speak, of the three essential ingredients to evolution: variation, inheritance, and selection. But as most of you know, there is a fourth foundational aspect of evolution that's not mentioned in variation, inheritance, and selection, and that is time. Evolution is a process that happens over time, and time creates its own historical effects. And so the wrinkle of my dissertation is to look at that effect, and you do that by performing similar replay experiments, except that you don't just isolate ancestors to evolve replicates from at the end of phase 1. You also isolate them at the beginning or early on in phase 1 and at an intermediate point between the early sampling and the sampling at the end. And this creates what we call a footprint of history. You're able to test for the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history by evolving these populations in a new environment in phase 2, like you would have up here. I kind of glossed over that, but you have to perform phase 2 in a new environment, an environment that's different than phase 1. That way you're restarting evolution, right? That way you're saying, oh, I'm taking an individual and then I'm restarting evolution in a different environment that particular organism in principle has never been exposed to. So that is what you do here. Is you sample from 3 different time points, and so then you're able to tell, for instance, like just hypothetically, do all the shallow populations evolve slower or faster, or does having a deeper history in an environment, give you some kind of advantage or disadvantage? Those are the type of questions we're looking to answer. So that is looking for how this footprint of history impacts the estimates of adaptation, chance, and history. And then the final wrinkle is that we actually perform phase 2 in 2 different new environments because we're trying to test an ecological question, which is, okay, let's say we've measured this historical effect and going in, you're not sure what the results are going to be, but let's say we figured out what this historical effect is and how it impacts our estimates of adaptation, chance, and history. Well, we want to know, what difference do these environments make? We introduced a new environment, but there's some relation between the old and new environment. Is it a similar new environment? Is it a really different new environment? Is it just sort of the old thing with a little bit of new stuff to learn? Or is it a whole new world, that's like Bizarro world that our ancestors wouldn't even recognize or be able to function in, that type of thing. That's what's going on in this experiment. And, the primary results were that, just like you'd expect in evolution, it depends. Number one, it depends on what trait you're talking about. If you're looking at the evolution of something under strong selection like fitness, you see a lot of selection pressure for a lot of change, kind of like we were looking at in Mabe with Cliff, where when something is under strong selection, like their fitness, we expected to see it, really jump up there. We expected to see it increase tremendously and quite quickly. But with something like their genome length, it's under less selection and it kind of goes up, kind of goes down, and there's a lot of randomness involved. And so that then sets a very different set of expectations for adaptation, chance, and history. For the most part, with genome length, you don't see a strong effect of adaptation. You see it overlapping 0, but chance and history are significant. In this case, initially with shallow populations, similarly. And then you see that there's a strong effect of adaptation with regard to fitness, even stronger than chance and history, which are also significant. So, but there's no history here. And so the main thing with us is we introduced that historical effect. And in the case of genome length, we see that adaptation still is not significant, even at, with more history. We see that the effect of chance actually declines with history in both cases and in both environments, and the effect of history increases. Pretty interesting, but it kind of makes sense, right? You have a trait that's not under strong selection, so you don't expect there to be a strong effective adaptation. The effect of chance goes down. It's still significant, so that kind of makes sense too, because these populations get more history, and as you get more history, you have more genomic entrenchment, or more of your genome is sort of caught up or, invested in doing something in there's some resistance to change, genomic inertia, you can think of it as. You expect also the effect of history to increase with time because you have more history. So differences that are due to those historical effects have more of an opportunity to accumulate. But when you're talking about fitness, things change, and all of a sudden, chance still goes down with time, history still goes up with greater history, but all of a sudden we have this dramatic effect with adaptation, at least when transferring to a similar environment where shallow history populations, the red ones, evolve at a much faster rate than deep history populations. And so this is what we hypothesize. This is the footprint of history, that deep history, having all that extra time to evolve in the ancestral environment. If you could transfer to a similar environment, that deeper history actually constrains your adaptation. You do not evolve in the new environment as rapidly as shallow history populations because all of that genetic entrenchment basically limits their ability to figure out the new environment. And one of the side effects of that is for deep history populations, adaptation explains a similar amount of their differences as history does. But for shallow populations in red, the effect of adaptation is much, much stronger than the effect of history. But the kicker, so this was the primary thing we were looking for in my dissertation. Like I said yesterday, I could have written my dissertation about this plot right here. But the kicker was that we also got this effect where if you look in the environment that's very different, that effect disappears. And basically, you have a similar rate of adaptation regardless of history, which also is a really interesting ecology wrinkle, because it's basically saying the difference in the environment matters a great deal, and if the environment is absolutely orthogonal and in a whole new world, then evolution can easily overcome that historical entrenchment because you don't need to hang on to all of those prior adaptations. So you can think of it as having more genetic freedom. And so deep history populations can evolve at the same rate as shallow populations. And that was a super cool rate. And so it ended up being like a control where you see that tremendous historical effect here, the money effect actually disappear simply by that other thing that we measured, which is how much of a difference can the environment make? Well, it turns out it can make a huge difference, right? And had we only measured it in this one environment, we would not have seen this difference. So that was a huge effect. And there'll also be a follow-up paper about what's going on sort of under the hood genomically with this sort of story here. But that is where we're at. I read the abstract as well yesterday, and I think for today I'm going to get into the introduction, but since I've got 13 minutes on this timer, let me go ahead and read the abstract, and then we'll pick up our review today from there, because we're reviewing this manuscript. It's in pretty good shape. I need to review it, make sure I still think it's in good shape, and then it's going to be ready for submission for publication. And that's going to get you guys used to helping me write and review manuscripts on stream. The project me and Cliff are working on, for instance, we'll have to write the manuscript from scratch, which is fine. But this one, we just need to work on the revision. And like I said, it's in good shape. Both of my co-authors have gone over it and approved it. So I don't want to make major changes unnecessarily, but I do need to go over it because we're formatting it to submit to a different journal than where we initially submitted it to. So we're going over all those changes to make sure it's ready. First, starting with a fine reading of the manuscript. So that's what we're working on. And it will take time So yeah, let's start again with the abstract, and then after the break, we'll get into the next section. All right, we're referring to Stephen Jay Gould and his thought experiment of replaying life's tape, and remind you that this whole experiment is about replays, right? It starts with, that first figure I showed you where we're all about replaying life's tape, and my design is you replay life's tape. We're showing 5 lines here, but in reality, we did 10 replay experiments, so there's like 10 of these lines in reality, so we replayed evolution from a common start 10 times for, it says 500,000 updates, but you can think about that as being about 65,000 generations. And then each of those, we chose an ancestor from each of those for phase 2, and then each of them evolved another group of 10. So every time in phase 2, we actually have 100 replicates. So phase 2 is evolution is replayed 100 times from a common start, and then, or from 10 different common starts. And then we add the wrinkles of, we isolated ancestors from 3 different time points. So that puts us at 300 replays, right? But then we evolved a group of 10 replicates from each ancestor in 2 different environments. So that puts us actually at 600 replays. So we start with 10 replays for phase 1. They go a really long time, 65,000 generations. Then phase 2, which plays out for, I believe, 100,000 updates, actually goes, and we evolved 600 replicate populations. So we're going to be talking about a lot of replays. So we're replaying the tape of life writ large, big time, far beyond what Stephen Jay Gould imagined in his thought experiment. And that's what we're trying to explain here in the abstract. We've taken this thought experiment and we've juiced it up and made a whole sexy science program out of it. Gould's thought experiment of replaying life's tape provides a conceptual framework for experiments that quantify the contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to evolutionary outcomes. Using this framework, one can measure how varying the depth of history in one environment influences subsequent evolution in a new environment. Can the quote-unquote footprint of history, the genomic legacy of prior adaptation, grow too deep to overcome? Can this legacy constrain adaptation, even with intense selection in the new environment? We investigated these questions using digital organisms. Specifically, we evolved 10 populations from one ancestor under identical conditions. We then replayed evolution from 3 time points in each population's history, corresponding to shallow, intermediate, and deep history in 2 new environments, one similar and one dissimilar to the prior environment. We measured the contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to the among lineage variation in fitness and genome length in both new environments. In both environments, variation in genome length depended largely on history and chance, not adaptation, indicating weak selection. By contrast, adaptation, chance, and history all contributed to variation in fitness. Whether the depth of history affected adaptation depended crucially on the environment. When the ancestral and new environments favored overlapping traits, history was as important as adaptation to the fitness achieved in the new environment for the populations with the deepest history. However, when the ancestral and new environments favored different traits, adaptation overwhelmed even deep history. This experimental design for assessing the influence of the depth of history is promising for both biological and digital systems. All right, so that's the take home. In the similar, when you're transferring to a similar new environment, when you're evolving in an environment that's kind of similar to your ancestors' environment, deep history, in fact, can constrain adaptation. whereas shallow populations, adaptation dominated over the effect of history. But in the similar environment, in the radically different environment, adaptation overwhelmed history regardless of the depth of history. So that's the shit. That's our thing, and we're gonna break this down. I think we're gonna start today with the author summary, the introduction, and we may start touching on the results, but I don't think so. Probably the author summary and the introduction. This is a long manuscript, and so we're going to break it down. These are I'm in the results. What the hell's wrong with me? So yeah, we'll probably do author summary, introduction today. Then hopefully, Wednesday? Tomorrow we can get through the results and conclusions, and then I think maybe just that gets us into the methods and stuff. Either probably next week. I'm gonna try not to work over the weekend on this, but we'll see. We'll see how far we get tomorrow. That'll be kind of interesting. All right, my timer should be up here soon. I'm trying the Pomodoro technique. Did I pause the timer or something? The timer hasn't gone off. I'm going to take a break. I think it would have been fine. I don't know why the timer isn't working here. Let's just go to have a break, and we'll hit 5 minutes on a break timer, and we will we'll listen to Arm Brown for 5 minutes and get back to it. Appreciate everybody. Thanks so much for rocking with me. Love y'all so much. You're supporting me doing the nitty-gritty, dirty work of a scientific career, and I'm very, very grateful.
Websites that are completely in a 3D world. It's kind of like a video game, but not really.
Ooh, okay, I like this. So kind of an experimental type game development.
No, yeah, I'm like a avant-garde artist or something like that.
There needs to be more games like that. I think Control. Did you like that game Control?
I don't know what that is.
It's a video game that got close to like being kind of experimental, but still being a very standard, like shooting game. But I feel like Control was trying to make a statement about video games themselves and kind of abstract and strange. And why is there not more of that in video games? There's so much crap you could do with games, so many places that have been on so many uncharted territory.
Shout out to Harley's Quinn. I'm not nearly the gaming streamer I wish I was, but I love the fact that she's turned us on to these horror games. In these games, they've been great sources of content, and very differently than anything I play. I've always felt like I've always wanted to play cool and interesting games, and this sort of horror genres, thriller games, they've been really kind of interesting. We have 3 titles so far. The Haunted Mansion one, can't think of the title, and then Mortuary's Assistant, and then also the like haunted Starbucks barista one. They're all great. I can't wait till we get our little horror scene set up. But yeah, really, really glad I've got some great games. Also, shout out to AR, Joel, man, the experimental gaming gang. We're going to be getting into some dope mobile gaming. AR has also found a dope fighting game. Emulator that we can all play online that has like a dope server, like a Discord kind of for it. And oh my goodness, it's just unlocked this whole amazing world, which is particularly exciting in the genre of fighting games, but all types of stuff that we can do in there together. So really excited about the community the gaming aspects that we got going on. I just got to get you fools through Pinochle School, and the world is our oyster. Having a lot of fun with everybody.
Where Trump goes, he's The whole time in this, My Dinner with Trump.
Appreciate
Dinner with
you, Karen.
Trump, Dre. In My Dinner with Trump, Dre. Thank you, Sporer. He's the whole time he's saying the election was stolen, and then there's one part where he's like they got buyer's remorse, they got buyer's remorse, and he's talking about electing Joe Biden, But then he catches that he's they got buyer's remorse, but actually they don't have buyer's remorse because they didn't elect him, which is like the exact opposite of buyer's remorse. Like he had to catch himself from keeping the election
Brown, do you go
thing going.
high end?
He's like, it actually wasn't buyer's remorse because they didn't.
Country club
the exact opposite of what I just said.
Or
Gretchen Whitmer. Winning is nice because I get to hear the
McDonald's
loonies scream about it. Plus, she's a cutie. Yeah, we should just vote based on cutie pies. Who's the most cutie pie? Aaron Brown, is your mental health slowly falling because of the conservative content you go through?
Yes, it should be, probably.
Nah, I don't think so. But then I wouldn't really know,
If he responds to my question, I'm probably going to die. If Aaron Brown responds to my question. That's wild.
Why is the military so woke? They weren't woke when I was he says the military's woke. He also says he ended whatever it is, he ended critical race theory when he was president.
Come on, Aaron Brown, answer my question. Aaron Brown, it's right there.
Dre.
Come on, baby.
Do you go high-end country club food or McDonald's for the culture? Guys, really, if anybody out there is just watching these like YouTube cooking videos, like I've been, and look, like, I got no connection to these sites, but like that Billy Parisi guy, there's like actually,
I guess he's going high in country club
there's
food.
This French guy.
Did I just send him down the fucking
Schmidt? Let me
YouTube food
There's
rabbit
this
hole?
French guy
Yes.
on YouTube who does a cooking channel. He's so funny. Maybe we'll watch that as part of our election coverage. He's so goddamn funny. Because he's just sort of a kook. He's just like yelling the whole time. But whatever, I'll find a link to that. Let's take a few more calls. And then we'll get out of here. Maybe I can find that French guy. Let's try Morbius. Morbius, are you there? Let's see if Dasha's still mid. Oh man, she's getting killed. 203 votes. She's getting absolutely killed.
I don't even know who this Dasha
First
person
they should say
is.
she's a bad actor. Now they're saying she's not even cute. That's sick.
Dasha Nekrasova. That's cute.
I think one of her early movies, what is it called? Oh, Wobble Palace is actually pretty good.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
What dog?
Hey, what's up, Morbius? How are you?
Doing sort of okay.
People on the internet pretend their standards are higher than they
What's
really
wrong?
are.
What's the matter? What's the major struggle here?
Somebody be cute as fuck. They're like, they're okay. Shut the fuck
so
up.
that's probably already a problem,
Because you guys' whole system of government is kind of falling apart.
That's what happens when the fours are judging the sevens.
Oh.
Liz Truss, big Lizzie. We thought she was going to be able to, run the distance. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But no, she quit like a little. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, but a little pussoir. You know what I mean?
So now you got this other guy, this finance dude in there, and he's really seems like a real genuine guy. That guy.
The richest PM of all time.
Great.
So, almost like the worst, situation you kind of wanted as like a left wing guy. And it's kind of like depressing because you see like these labor movements happening in the country at the same time, but it's like it just feels like the average voter in the UK just like does not care. Like the rail strikes and stuff got like a huge support, but it just feels like I don't know. It just feels kind of pessimistic.
Right. Well, yeah, that's where the That's where the interesting stuff is happening. Like, if there's more of that, I think people will get more involved, right?
Yeah.
More actual on the street, like where you can see, like, oh, there's like people are actually doing stuff that's gonna make a difference. Like, they want to see like an explosion. They want to see a conflict rather than just like, you know, like even the midterms here, it's like, oh, like this guy won, this other guy, no, oh, okay, whatever, and then they move on. But like a labor struggle or something like that, it's like, okay, there's a real fight here that can be won or lost, and it can meaningfully change people's lives. That's more interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Morbius, tell us a good thing about living in the UK. Is there anything good, or is it just a dump?
I could say, let's say 3 good things.
Yeah.
Well, one, there's actually like not necessarily just like a labor movement working here, but it feels somewhat more alive of like a, let's say, like socialist or like even like downright communist movements happening here. Like at least more in the U.S. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like even in my university that I go to, there's like a socialist worker society and stuff like that. It feels more alive.
Mm-hmm.
Another good thing, the bands that came out of the UK are kind of like legendary. You know, King Crimson, Pink Floyd. You know, who else? How am I missing out here?
Okay.
Help me out here, RM.
I mean, from the UK, you mean you got the whole British invasion?
Oh, the shoegaze scene. Like almost all of like the big 3 like shoegaze bands came out of the UK.
My Bloody Valentine.
Mm-hmm. The Slow Dive, Ride, you know, all these people came out of the UK. One more thing. Shit.
Where did Cockatoo Twins come from? Let's see. Scottish, of course.
Oh, Scottish. Okay. I mean, they're the cooler version of like being like English, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the cool vocal flutters come from too. All that
exactly.
Yeah, that old you know, Scottish singing.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because like almost all like shoegaze kind of originated from like the Cockatoo. I don't know how to pronounce their name, but the Cockatoo Twins or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of funny because like the biggest band, like My Bloody Valentine, kind of Kevin Shields, he says that like he was trying to make sure that he doesn't sound like them as much as possible. Like he didn't use any of their pedals.
I don't know what the hell's going on with my timers. Maybe it popped off. I didn't hear it.
Absolutely.
Hang on a sec.
Well, I mean, look, there's good things coming out of the UK. You just gotta look for it. All right. Well.
Yeah. Exactly.
Morbius.
Right,
good to hear from you. Talk to you later.
Reset. Pause. Stop. Wait. Pause,
let's read a few more chats.
All right, let's say have a break.
You know, actually, maybe we should do like a check.
I just need to hear it. I don't know why I didn't hear this timer. All right,
or we can check in, what's Charlie
out.
Kirk saying. How about that?
All right, let's get back to it.
What's Charlie Kirk saying?
Damn it, I don't know what the hell's going on with my timers.
Charlie Kirk.
You got to do your thing, timers. Else you're not doing a good advert. You're not doing a good advert. Here we go. Let's jump up into this introduction, y'all. I'm excited. Should be in good shape. All right. Evolutionary change. Introduction. Evolutionary change results from the interaction of 3 core elements: adaptation, chance, and history. In our study, we operationally quantify these elements as follows. Adaptation refers to the systematic effects, direct or indirect, of natural selection on organismal traits. Chance encompasses stochastic processes, including mutation and genetic drift. History refers to inherited differences among lineages with ancestries that reflect their phylogenetic divergence under the past influence of chance, adaptation, or both. Evolutionary biologists have long debated the relative importance of these 3 core elements to specific evolutionary outcomes, and disentangling their effects is not trivial. Some laboratory experiments have been able to quantify the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to evolution in a new environment following relatively short periods of divergence of lineages derived from a common ancestor. We can say that recently diverged lineages have a quote-unquote shallow history because there have been relatively few generations for differences among lineages to arise. A longer period of divergence among lineages, that is a quote-unquote deeper history, typically leads to increased variation, which can affect the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to future evolution. Here's an extra space there. Let's get rid of that. However, it is difficult to perform experiments to measure the effects of varying the extent of historical divergence among lineages because few experiments are sustained for the years and even decades needed to establish a meaningfully, quote-unquote, deep history in even the most rapidly evolving biological systems. In this study, we sought to overcome the difficulty of varying the extent of historical divergence by performing experiments with digital organisms using the Avita system. In his seminal book, Wonderful Life, Stephen Jay Gould argued for the importance of history and evolution. He proposed the thought experiment of, quote, replaying life's tape to ask how similar the living world would be to what we see today if evolution was repeated from, say, the time of the Cambrian explosion. He argued that living organisms would likely be very different, but admitted that, quote, the bad news is that we can't possibly perform the experiment. Gould's thought experiment reflects the unique history of life on Earth, and any replay would presumably create a different history, but how different would that alternative history be? Although it is impossible to replay the history of life on Earth, this thought experiment sparked an ongoing debate about the relative importance of adaptation, chance, and history to evolution more generally. If the evolutionary process is dominated by adaptation, then evolutionary outcomes are more likely to be predictable and, according to some thinkers, even inevitable. By contrast, chance and history tend to generate more unpredictable and contingent outcomes. Despite its seeming impracticality, an impressive empirical research program has taken up the mantle of Gould's Gedanken experiment. That just means thought experiment. In particular, the rise of experimental evolution transformed the idea of, quote, replaying life's tape from metaphor to methodology, allowing aptly named replay experiments using rapidly evolving microbes. While these experiments are not on the grand scale that Gould imagined in his book, they nonetheless provide a way to investigate what happens when history is repeated in the laboratory. Of particular note, Travisano et al. Designed and conducted a replay experiment with bacteria that explicitly estimated the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to evolutionary change. Their experimental design is based on a particular instantiation of Gould's thought experiment that involves two temporal phases in two distinct environments. This type of replay experiment is now called a historical difference experiment. In the first phase, a single genotype is used as a common proto-ancestor to found initially identical populations, called replicates, that then independently evolve under identical conditions. These populations are literal replays of evolution, and each repetition generates a unique alternative history under identical circumstances. Thus, all the variation among these populations arises de novo. At the start of the first phase, the replicate populations are identical and thus have the same values for a trait of interest, e.g. cell size. If you measured the same trait at the end of the first phase, and if every population had the same value as the proto-ancestor, then one would conclude the trait had not evolved. That's figure 1b. that's here, right? So we're saying you could start with the same thing, you get those repetitions, but you do them all at the same time. You do them all at the same time, you start, they all have the same value of some trait. At the end, you measure the trait again, right? And you can get no evolution for B, and now we're going to cover C, D, and E, right? Right, then, all right. If you measured the same trait at the end of the first phase, and if every population had the same value as the proto-ancestor, then one would conclude that the trait had not evolved. This outcome would indicate that neither adaptation nor chance processes had produced any evolution. By contrast, if the mean trait value did not change significantly at the end of the first phase, but there was now significant variation among the replicate populations beyond measurement noise, then one would have to attribute that variation to chance processes such as mutation and drift, including possible interactions with adaptation, because the replicates had identical ancestors and faced identical conditions. Another scenario would be if the grand mean changed, but without significant variation among the replicates. In that case, we would attribute these parallel changes to adaptation. Natural selection might have acted directly on the trait of interest or indirectly via a correlated trait. Finally, adaptation and chance might both have influenced the trait's evolution, causing both a significant change in the grand mean and significant variance among the replicates. Again, you replay the tape of life, you start with no variation or no change. You can end with no variation and no change. You can just get random variation due to chance. You can just get repetitive change due to adaptation with no variation, or you can get random variation due to chance and repetitive change due to adaptation. Nothing, chance only, adaptation only, both chance and adaptation. It's like a Punnett square. All right, cool. So, each lineage in phase one derives. All right, I think that's where we're at, right? Yeah. All right. Oh, let's review our caption here. Since we flow into our figure here. All right, this is figure one. It's describing phase one, and the title is Evolution is Replayed to Create Alternative Histories. That's, in fact, the title I like. We see the nice consistency, the bold A, B, C, D, and E. We have them referenced here. It looks like there's some bolding on the reference to them, though, and I don't like that. Like, Nash, is this bold? Yeah, that's bold. That's bold. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, I guess they are bolded when they're referenced, and I think Rich probably made that consistent. Okay, I'll just make sure it's consistent. I'm gonna leave it as long as we're consistent with it. It'll be fine. All right. 5 replicate populations evolve simultaneously in identical environments from a common genotype, which is the green star. Porn bot, go away. You know, I'm out here trying to do some science, It's not that type of party right now, porn bot. And you just can't resist, can you? You can't resist. You can't help yourself from trying to make everything about porn and finding cheap sex. Can't resist, can you? Finding cheap sex on the interwebs. Uh-oh. But it isn't all about that. It ain't that type of party, porn bot. Oh my goodness. Ay. All right, we look good. All right, so All right, so 5 replicate populations evolved simultaneously in identical identical environments from a common genotype, which is the green star, generating a unique history for each population, right? Measuring any trait at the beginning of the experiment will produce identical values in all 5 populations. Panels B to E, which this needs to not be in bold. That needs to be unbolded, right? Yep, save that. B to E compare derived and ancestral trait values at the end of phase 1 under several scenarios showing possible effects of adaptation and chance. In B, if there is no variation among the replicate populations and the grand mean has not changed from the ancestral value, then one would conclude the trait had not evolved. C, significant variation among the replicates with no systematic change in the grand mean would indicate the importance of chance effects. D, a significant change in the grand mean without significant variation among the replicates would indicate the importance of adaptation. E, a significant change in the grand mean when coupled with significant variation among the replicate populations indicates contributions of both adaptation and chance. All right, I want to do another adaptation, chance, and history experiment, actually. And I kind of want to do one with sex. So I might just launch that bitch soon. Coming soon to a stream near you. Each lineage in phase 1 derives from the same ancestor. Therefore, in order to examine the effect of history, variation among ancestors on evolutionary outcomes, one can perform a second phase in which groups of replicate populations are started using different pre-evolved founders. The founder of each group is typically a single clone or genotype from a phase 1 population. In phase 2, all populations evolve under identical conditions in a new environment that differs from the one used in phase 1. At the beginning and end of phase 2, the variation among the groups of replicates reflects the unique ancestry of the founders that evolved during phase 1. All right, what is that all about, y'all? Remember, this is we're just outlining this design. So we've described phase 1. Now we're getting into phase 2 design, and we're saying that you can't test historical effects here, right? Each lineage in phase 1 derives from the same ancestor. Therefore, in order to examine the effect of history, right, which is variation among ancestors by definition, on evolutionary outcomes, one can perform a second phase in which groups of replicate populations are started using different pre-evolved founders, figure 2. That's what this is, right? You're going to talk about phase 2. You do a 2-phase experiment where you give each of these a different pre-evolved founder. That way you can test for the differences in the different starting points. Right here, everything has the same starting point. For history, everything has to have each group has to have a different starting point with a different history. Where do you get them from? You don't just go find them anywhere. You select one from each of the lineages that you evolved in phase 1. That way, you know you've completely controlled for all of the differences between groups other than which lineage they came from. And you know that the historical differences between those lineages evolved de novo during phase 1. So that's the beauty of this design. It is literally taking Stephen Jay Gould's thought experiment of replaying life's tape, saying, hey, actually, that would be a really useful, real experiment if only we could do it. Really, really hard to do in even a lab with microbes. The long-term evolution experiment managed to pull it off. In truth, Rich Lenski started the long-term evolution experiment before Gould's thought experiment, but it was a practical example of it. Since then, my advisor, Mike Travisano, came along and innovated this second phase that allows you to test for historical differences. And then I innovated, or for my dissertation, we came up with the wrinkle of varying the depth of that historical effect and also testing for different historical effects in different environments. Again, I say this shit, and now you guys are starting to see the example. I tell people I'm a basic evolutionary theory. I do basic evolutionary research, right? I do shit that's literally, let's take the very basic fundamental concepts in evolutionary biology. This is not applied research. I am not trying to cure cancer. I'm not trying to figure out how frogs evolved, right? I say this shit all the time, but now y'all are seeing how painfully true it is. I do experiments that test evolutionary theory. Like some basic shit. I don't mean basic in a derogatory sense. I mean it's basic biology. It's very basic shit. We're literally testing out the theory for the sake of testing out the theory. All right, here we go. So that brings us to our figure 2. At the beginning and end of phase 2, the variation among the groups replicates reflects the unique ancestry of the founders that evolved during phase 1, right? So we measured them all here again, and the differences reflect the differences that evolved during phase 1. Perfect. So, all right, here we go. Groups of populations evolve in a new environment from different founders with unique histories, allowing one to estimate the effects of adaptation, chance, and history. Each of 5 founders that evolved from a common ancestor in the old environment, phase 1, is used to start 3 replicate populations that then evolve independently in a new environment, phase 2. Panels B through G show the founders arranged along the x-axis according to the value of some trait of interest, with the corresponding values of the derived population shown on the y-axis. B shows the initial state, right? That's this, the initial state at the beginning of phase 2, technically. Initial state, the spread along the x-axis reflects the contribution of history to the initial trait values, that is, the ancestral variation among the founders that evolved in phase 1, right? So we got these guys. Where did we get them from? We plucked them each from a lineage that we evolved during phase 1. This initial spread along the x-axis reflects the differences that they evolved during phase 1. Since we're showing the initial state, initially when we first start phase 2, the derived values, since we just started, the derived values are equal to the ancestral values. So it's proper to plot them along the isocline, because initially the starting values for phase 2 are the same as whatever they were when we sample from phase 1, and that's what this shows. All right. Panels C through G present hypothetical scenarios that illustrate the contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to the trait's evolution in phase 2. C shows chance with history sustained. Random processes, including mutation and drift, cause the derived populations that share the same ancestor to diverge from one another, but without any systematic directional tendency. D, adaptation with history sustained and little effective chance. The trait values of the derived populations have increased or decreased systematically relative to their ancestors and to a similar extent regardless of the ancestral state. E, I'll just show you. That's this one and this one and this one. Now we're going to do E, which is where the history is erased. So E, adaptation with history erased. The trait values of the derived populations have increased relative to their ancestors and to a greater extent in populations founded by ancestors with lower values, such that the effect of history has been eliminated, right? Everything gets an increase, but the populations with the lowest value get more of an increase. In F, we're going to get condensed, right? There's a certain range of variation among the ancestors, but the range of variation amongst the derived is less variation, right? There's this much variation among the ancestors, but only this much amongst the derived. So that's F. History is diminished without any directional trend. This pattern might reflect random processes that obscure the effect of history, or alternatively, stabilizing selection on an intermediate trait value. G is history amplified idiosyncratically. That's this one. G, history amplified idiosyncratically. Groups of derived populations vary depending on their ancestors, but without a directional trend in trait values or systematic correlation of derived and ancestral values. All right. Say where it's derived from with the citation. And I think this should look differently now that I think when we say modified from Travisano et al., this should now just say 1995. Because it ends with the citation in line. I think that's the only time that should happen, is when you actually say it in the sentence. You should then not repeat it. Same thing, modify from Travisano et al. 1995. And it's only when it ends right there. Oh, it's weird, because this is like APA style, and I haven't used it in a minute. I hope I'm right about that. Let me go ahead and save this as a new draft, 10.1. I don't know what that's going to do other than make me feel better in my head. All right, let's keep moving. We'll look out for that. I think we're right in here. Yeah. All right. In the first phase of Travisano et al.'s experiment, 12 populations founded from the same strain of E. coli evolved for 2,000 generations in a glucose-limited medium, generating a unique history for each population. This was part of the long-term evolution experiment. That's why there's a LNCA citation here from 1991. In the second phase, 3 replicate populations were evolved from founded by a single genotype sampled from each of the 12 phase 1 populations, and these 36 populations then evolved for 1,000 generations in a new environment in which maltose replaced the glucose used in the old environment. At the end of the phase 2, the authors statistically partitioned the contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to 2 traits: fitness in the new environment and cell size. Adaptation was estimated as the change in the grand mean between the derived phase 2 lines and their proximate ancestors at the start of phase 2. The effect of adaptation was tested statistically using a paired t-test. Chance and history were estimated using a nested analysis of variance. Chance measures the variation among the replicate phase 2 populations derived from the same founder. History corresponds to the group effect. It measures the variation among the groups of phase 2 populations with different founders, above and beyond the variation arising by chance. In the case of fitness in the new maltose environment, the evolutionary outcomes after phase 2. All right, good. I heard that. That was good. I will go back to that in a second. History corresponds to the group effect. It measures the variation among the groups of phase 2 populations with different founders, above and beyond the variation arising by chance. In the case of fitness in the new maltose environment, the evolutionary outcomes after phase 2 were dominated by adaptation, which overwhelmed the historical differences among the founders that had arisen during phase 1. Oh, in the case of fitness. Okay, yeah, here we go. In essence, the fitness data looked much more like the hypothetical scenario shown in Figure 2E, right? So when Travisano originally did this, his fitness data theoretically looked like this, where his cell size data essentially looked like this. Fitness looked like it was dominated by adaptation. Cell size looked like it was dominated by chance and history. In the case of cell size, on the other hand, the outcomes were dominated by chance and history, much like the scenario in 2G. Why did he go with 2G? Yeah, because this one you have chance spread, but you have idiosyncratic amplification of history. I think it's kind of like this, where you see moderate to little change. I'd have to look at it just to see if their means changed randomly or if their means did not change a lot. But either one, I'm sure, is fine. And actually, I'm trying to decide. Yeah, I guess I could look into that to see if I think that that's actually what happened. I think Rich probably did that description, though, and remembers. Let me think. Malthus data. Yeah, let's just go fucking look at it. Let's go to Scholar. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me take my break. I'll do the break, and then I'll do it as soon as I get back from the fucking break. Let's do the fucking, was it a 5-minute break? Where's my timer? All right, break time, 5 minutes. I'm going to pee real quick, and then we'll take a quick smoke break. I'll be right back.
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all on the line. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, the same man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song, Shorty. You know I can't sing like you can, but let them people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
I would change. Thought that I would change. Yeah. Thought that I would change.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff.
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and but he'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stayed the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all alive. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, the same man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stayed the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing.
Yes, I listened to it more carefully. I was right. That's my girl Trula on the record. That's my girl Trula on the record. What am I talking about? When y'all hear that OG Roddy song and that female fan comes on, that's his mother. That's OG. That y'all know OG Roddy's my cousin. His real name is Tahir. That's his mother. Her name is Trula. Beautiful, beautiful lady. Always treated me like just amazing. She's an amazing, sweet person. She lives down south, so we don't get to see her as much anymore. But he put Mom's voice on the record. And I recognized it at first. And I said, is that because I used to think that was just a female song, a female fan when I heard that song for the longest. And then I started listening. I said, that sound like Trula. That's his damn mother. And then I started listening to the record, and she says, I just heard her say, hey, Black Child, I'll always be your number one fan. I said, that's his fucking mom. Yeah, I never caught that little detail at the beginning when she says, hey, Black Child. I said, oh, that's some shit your mother says to you. Reminding you that you're her fucking beautiful black child all the time. That's some cool shit, though. That's some cool shit. All right, let's get back into it. All right, let's go ahead and pull up that, ain't nothing anybody's ever called out, but let me go ahead and look at it. I think that's probably a fine way of describing it, but let me see. Travisano, adaptation, chance history. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, let me see. Maltose cell size. Oh, yeah. All right, so fitness and maltose derived, yes, gives you that pattern where history is erased with adaptation. And this gives you some on the isocline, some below the isocline, some above the isocline, some way above the isocline. Okay, yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, because some of them do change, right? This goes up, still up quite a bit, but not as much. Below, yeah, on, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's not as idiosyncratically wild as we did in our hypothetical, but yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. That's a perfectly valid call there. Just wanted to double check that. All right. Cool. Like 2G. Great, here we go. The experimental design and analysis of Travisano et al. Have served as a prototype for several subsequent experiments investigating the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history using many different microorganisms and environments. These studies have shown that adaptation typically dominates the evolution of fitness and related traits under intense selection, while chance and history play greater roles for traits subject to little or no direct selection. As fitness and other strongly selected traits evolve, the effects of the phase 2 lineage's divergent histories, driven by the effects of chance, adaptation, or both in the phase 1 environment, were often largely erased. Now, the thing I didn't like, because I'm crazy about here, several subsequent experiments using, let's just say, different microorganisms and environment. I didn't like saying several subsequent experiments, but then many different organisms. That just felt weird. Several subsequent experiments using different microorganisms and environments. All right, these studies have shown blah, 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 blah. Everything's good. All right, now, the effects of history and evolving systems have also been studied using digital organisms, computer programs that replicate, mutate, compete, and evolve in virtual environments. The results of these studies have been consistent with those performed using microorganisms, with adaptation dominating the evolution of traits closely tied to fitness, while chance and history play more prominent roles in the evolution of other traits with weaker connections to fitness. Yeah. Of particular relevance to our work, Travisano et al. Concluded, 1995. Concluded their original paper with an intriguing speculation about the possible effect of extending the duration of history in the ancestral environment, that is, a much longer phase 1. Despite having shown that 1,000 generations in maltose largely erased the divergence that took place during 2,000 generations in glucose, they suggested, quote, over much longer periods, the footprint of history might eventually become too deep to be obscured even by intense selection. And that is a huge point. And I don't even think I talk about this enough as a tie-in even to human evolution. It's why humans will never grow wings, right? When you start examining shit over the real evolutionary time scales, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, the footprint of history becomes too deep to just make it a fucking anything's possible fucking free-for-all. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Why? Because the footprint of history becomes too deep to be obscured, even by intense selection. And when you see that in these little fucking rapidly evolving micro fucking computer programs, you're like, look, even in these computer programs, the footprint of history can become too deep to be overwhelmed. Game, set, match in terms of the real history of life. Not that that's our focus here. Anyway, essentially, they recognize that 2,000 generations in their phase 1 generated a relatively quote-unquote shallow history that allowed only modest divergence among the proximate ancestors used for phase 2. If phase 1 had lasted far longer, then that quote-unquote deep history would produce more extensive divergence among the ancestors. And we should just say, in turn, adaptation might not overcome the divergence so quickly, or perhaps ever, if constraints arose in some lineages that preclude certain evolutionary paths. That's kind of what Cliff and I was talking about earlier, where if, we're evolving the brains and they lose all their gates. Well, if they evolve in a way that they lose all their gates, then them ever learning Berry World is fucking precluded because they've literally evolved away from the machinery required to figure it out. And there's nothing precluding that from happening. And when it happens, they're just fucked. And so that's what happens. You can evolve constraints. And that's like us. Like, we'll probably never fly. It'd probably be really beneficial if we could fly like an eagle. Think about right now. Fucking COVID shit. Fuck it. I need to avoid people. Cool. Take it to the third dimension. Fly on their ass. Get to the, fly from place to place, But we'll have to develop flying cars. Why? Because our history has probably restricted us from anatomically ever organically evolving that possibility in our phenotypes. So we'll have to build flying cars instead. Anyway. Indeed, comparative evidence supports the idea that convergent evolution is less likely when lineages start from more deeply divergent states. However, to our knowledge, no experiment to date has systematically quantified the effects of varying the duration of evolution in an ancestral environment. In essence, varying the depth of the history to determine its impact on the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history. Our study addresses this limitation by means of appropriately designed experiments using digital organisms. All right. Timer's moving, just checking. All right, cool. Experimental design. We performed a set of two-phase replay experiments to test the effects of varying the depth of history in an ancestral environment on subsequent evolution in two new environments. We ran our experiments using the Avita platform for digital evolution. Experiments in Avita use populations of digital organisms, sometimes called Davidians. These organisms are, in essence, computer programs with circular genomes comprised of simple instructions that they execute in the course of their lives. Avidians experience random mutations, insertions, deletions, and substitutions in the process of copying their genomes. Mutation rates, maximum population size, and resources are configured by the experimenter. Organisms may perform input and output operations. When an organism outputs a value, a string of 32 bits, it is compared to the input values to identify if it has correctly performed a bitwise Boolean logic function. If a function that was performed is associated with an available resource, then the organism receives additional energy, extra CPU cycles. That energy enables the Avidian to execute its genomic instructions at a higher rate, potentially allowing it to reproduce faster than a competitor. In effect, experiments using Avita take advantage of random mutation and natural selection in an artificial environment similar to experiments that use microbes. However, Avita is a unique instantiation of the evolutionary process in a computational realm. Thus, Avita is best viewed as a novel model system for experimentation. And I'm just going to say, not as a simulation with the explicit goal a novel model system for experimentation, not a simulation with the explicit goal of modeling any particular biological species. Yeah, there we go. Thus, Avita is best viewed as a novel model system for experimentation, not a simulation with the explicit goal of modeling any particular biological species. Perfect. All right. In phase 1, we started 10 populations from a single proto-ancestral clone that could self-replicate, but which could not perform any of the logic functions that would increase their energy acquisition and reproductive rates. These 10 populations evolved independently, but all in the same ancestral, quote-unquote, old environment for 500,000 updates, the basic time unit in Avita, which allowed tens of thousands of generations, the mean being 66,074 generations. In this ancestral environment, the Avidians obtained resources that increased their reproductive rates if they performed any of the 38 distinct 2 or 3 input logic functions, any of 38 distinct 2 or 3 input logic functions. We isolated jump. There you go. Jump. Boom. Got it. All right. We isolated the most abundant genotype from each population at 3 time points, representing 3 depths of history. 20,000 updates is shallow, 100,000 updates intermediate, and 500,000 updates deep. We use these 30 clones, 10 populations times the 3 depths of history to start the phase 2 populations, right? That's the simple design, guys. We started 10 populations. We sampled each population at shallow, intermediate, and deep history. Basically, you run history 10 times, and then you basically sample each lineage, shallow, intermediate, and deep. So that gets you 3 time points. 3 times 10 is 30. You use all 30 ancestors to start 10 new replicates in phase 2. You do that in 2 different environments. That's the entire experiment. In phase 2, we used each of these 30 proximate ancestors to found 10 new populations in each of 2 new environments. Each of these 600 new populations, 30 founders times 2 environments times 10 replicates, evolve for 100,000 updates, the same duration as the intermediate depth. One phase 2 environment, which we call overlapping, provides the digital organisms with additional energy for performing 76 2 and 3 input logic functions, including the 38 functions rewarded in the old environment, as well as 38 additional functions. The other phase 2 environment, called orthogonal, rewards those 38 additional novel functions, but not the functions that were rewarded in the ancestral environment. We then use the analytical framework of Travisano et al., 1995. To calculate the contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to the evolution of average fitness and genome length in each new environment. We are particularly interested in examining the effects of history's depth on the relative contributions of those factors and testing whether the effects differ between the 2 new environments. Okay. Here's the illustration. Again, you start here. We really have 10, but we show 5. You create the unique histories. You sample them at shallow, intermediate, and deep. You go into phase 2, new environment. There's really 2 of these, but we're showing 1 of them. And from each lineage, you sample shallow, intermediate, and deep, and you start a new group. And then at the end, you measure adaptation, chance, and history, and that allows you to see how the estimates change with the depth of history. Pretty cool experiment. I forget how cool this experiment was because it was my dissertation and I spent so much fucking time on it. You get like sick of it and you're just so excited to do other shit. But now that I got to come back to it to publish it, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty dope. All right. Schematic illustration of the experimental design in phase 1, 10 populations, 5 depicted, evolved from a single proto-ancestor. That would be the star for 500,000 updates. We sampled the most abundant genotype from each population. After 20,000, 100,000, and 500,000 updates, representing shallow, intermediate, and deep history, respectively. In phase 2, each of these 30 proximate ancestors founded 10 replicate populations, 5 depicted in each of 2 new environments, 1 depicted where they then evolved for 100,000 updates. At the end of phase 2, we examined how the relative contributions of adaptation, chance, and history varied according to the depth of history in phase 1. Boom, perfect. In sum, we track 300 evolving populations in each of 2 environments. Each set of 300 populations has 3 cohorts, each with 100 populations, defined by the depth of their history, that is the duration of divergence among their respective founders during phase 1, with 10 founders in each cohort and 10 replicate populations per founder. For each cohort, significant differences in the overall average trait value between replicates at the end of phase 2 and their proximate ancestors at the start of phase 2 reflect adaptation. For each group of 10 replicate populations, evolution proceeds from the same starting point under identical conditions with only chance to explain variation among the replicates. Each lineage's unique history during phase 1 accounts for any significant differences among the groups with different founders. Lastly, the depth of history, that is shallow, intermediate, or deep, reflecting the duration of evolution in the old environment, is responsible for any significant differences among the 3 cohorts. By employing the analytical methods of Travisano et al., 1995, we can estimate the relative contributions of adaptation, systematic changes in mean trait values, chance, variation among replicates, and history, variation among groups with different founders within a cohort. We then compare the contributions among the shallow, intermediate, and deep cohorts to assess the effect of varying the depth of history's quote-unquote footprint. We also compare the results obtained in the overlapping and orthogonal environments to explore whether the impact of history's footprint depends on the degree of novelty imposed by the new environment. All right, good shit, and that gets us to results. And I guess we will have time to look at the results. I've still got time. Let's roll right into it. For the results, let's start by talking about evolution in phase 1. Starting from the same proto-ancestral genotype, all 10 populations underwent extensive evolution during phase 1. Mean fitness arose rapidly at first and more slowly as time progressed. We'll see this in figure 4. The populations all improved relative to their common ancestor, but they reached very different fitness levels. Note the log 10 scale, with the among population variation increasing over time. Vertical lines show the time points, 20,000, 100,000, and 500,000 updates. When we sampled the genotypes used to start the phase 2 populations, we also measured average genome length in each population. Some variation in genome length emerged over time, but there was no consistent directional change. 7 populations finished with longer genomes than the ancestor. 3 ended with shorter genomes, and the direction of change in the population often shifted over time. The changes in genome length and variation among populations were very small compared to the changes in variation in fitness. Owing to the extreme variation in fitness levels, we log 10 transformed values for both average fitness and average genome length in all of our analysis. Okay? Boom, that's what you see here. We always start here. The initial ancestor had a low fitness below 0, and one on a log 10 scale, right? So, and then the genome length was 100, which translates to 2 on a log 10 scale. So that's the initial value. You have a ton of variation even on this log 10 scale that evolves in fitness. You can see rapid evolution, and then it kind of tapers off. And the genome length, the differences are much more moderate. Log 10 scale is a big deal. This is basically between something like, you start with 100, maybe you're at like 85 and, I don't know, 85 and 115, or let's say 80 and 120 or something. And with this, it's like orders of magnitude means 1 is 10, 2 is 100, 3 is 1,000, 4 is 10,000, 5 is 100,000. So these go up really crazy, almost to like, almost 1 million even in phase 1. So the fitness values are crazy, and there's a ton of variation, which is why we had to transform this axis to begin with. So it's a dramatic difference in a fit between traits, and that's hugely important, because it says right off the bat that there is no story of evolution, that's a fucking myth. What happens to a population actually depends on what trait you're measuring. And you'll get one story if you measure one trait and a completely different story if you're measuring something else. And so what would you say is happening to the population? Again, they're both happening at the same time. So just depends on what you're looking at. Depends on the environment, depends on what traits you're measuring. Guys, the answer in evolution is fucking always, it depends. It's damn near cheat code. All right. So population averages for fitness and genome length during phase 1. The average fitness top and genome length on the bottom, measured every 1,000 updates for 10 replicate populations derived from a single proto-ancestor shown by the star. As they evolved in the same phase 1 environment for 500,000 updates, we log transform both fitness and genome length. Vertical lines at 20, 100,000, and 500,000 updates show the times at which we chose the most abundant genotype in each population to start the phase 2 replicates, right? So how do we pick which organism to start to use from each population? We just pick the most abundant one, which is pretty much the one you most likely to choose if selecting randomly, right? If you're just picking a random organism, you're statistically most probable to pick the most dominant one. So we just pick the most dominant one as our representative. And we do that, and then this shows you what the values of the fitness and genome length are in each population. And they correspond, so the colors here match, so you can track them together. All right, so then most of the data we put in the supplemental information because you don't have enough space for it in the manuscript. So when you see S1 figure or S1 table, that's referring to something in the supplement. S1 table shows the mean average fitness and genome length in phase 1. Yeah, so we just put this information in the table. We use box plots to visualize the distribution of average fitness and genome length for the populations at the time points corresponding to shallow, intermediate, and deep history in the old environment. We performed paired t-tests to compare average fitness and genome length between populations with shallow and deep histories. Mean fitness differed significantly, but genome length did not. We ran chi-square tests to compare the variance in average fitness and genome length between populations with shallow and deep histories. We also found a large and highly significant difference in the variance between populations with shallow and deep histories for fitness, but a much smaller and only marginally significant difference for genome length. These results, that's all you're going to hear, so it's fine. Where's my paper? These results imply that genome length was, if not strictly neutral, at least subject to much weaker selection than fitness during phase 1. Basically, we ran a bunch of tests. They're summarized in the supplemental material that I don't feel like pulling up. That basically just shows we had huge differences in fitness between shallow and deep populations, but not in genome length. We had huge differences in the variance. In the overlapping, big differences in fitness, but not in genome length. And then big differences in the variance between shallow and deep populations, but not in genome length. So indicating big differences for both traits in terms of both adaptation and chance. All right. We'll hit that 5-minute break timer. Last one I actually went to start thawing out my dinner. All right, it looks like Aaron Brown's stream is over. We did get a new Gin and Truth today. Let's hit Uncle Bobby up for a few. Hang on, we got to hear the line.
All right, gang,
let's jump into this shit.
Before we get
he's tried to clean it up. He's trying to get he say, all right, gang, let's jump into this shit. But Uncle Bobby's trying to get monetized. Listen to the new monetized opener.
All right, gang, let's jump into this.
Let's jump into this.
Before we get this thing officially crack-a-lacking, there have been inquiries. Did I say that right? Inquiries.
About money. We're trying to send you money.
To the show.
Yeah, we're trying to donate. Yeah.
I'm still honored, shocked even, that people would want to do that. This echo is something else, gang. Hold on. I told you, first thank only, mother grabbers. Let's open up this door.
Mother grabbers. I don't know if I can handle my censored Uncle Bobby, guys. This new commercially friendly, soft around the edges Uncle Bobby. I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk some shit. I'm gonna have to talk some shit to Uncle Bobby this weekend on the blackout about him going soft for that YouTube money.
All that stuff about donating to the show. And gang, I can't
now
lie.
He's afraid to say shit. He's afraid to call motherfuckers.
About doing anything like that. I've been trying to set up this Patreon page.
He's hurting today. He's hurting every day.
Let me tell you something. That is far beyond my capabilities
that
as
football,
it stands.
street fighting life.
You got to be
rough.
able to do like advanced algebra. Then you got to split the atom and the flavonoids and the blases, and then you got to come up with the cure for stinking COVID and the common cold. And I don't know how to do this. So until I can get Patreon up and running, again. If you want to, thank you so much. Otherwise, just keep doing what you're doing. Venmo, I'm also going to post that in the description as soon as I figure out how to do that. At Robert, these are capital letters, or at Robert-Reed-174. The Robert, the R in Robert, and the R in Reed are capitalized. So again, if you feel so inclined, for those that have been asking, there you go.
I gotta get him
just
a
strap
better
up. Let's do this.
Template.
All right, gang.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna teach him how to get a fucking description template with links in that shit.
Uncle Bobby has to talk to his LGBTQ plus family members. More specifically, the T's of my LGBTQ plus family members. So for all my beautiful trans brothers and sisters, come a little closer. Come a little closer. Now, no one's in trouble, but Uncle Bobby's got to ask you a question. Which one of you did it? Who hurt this man? Look at buddy. Come here, buddy. Who hurt this man to the point to where this is the path he has taken? Oh, you want to know who? Matt Walsh.
I sent him a text.
One of my trans brothers or sisters, you got to him during his formative years. Now, I'm convinced of that. And I don't know exactly what technique it was you decided to use. The purple nurple, the atomic wedgie, right? You ganked him for his lunch money every day, right? You pole racked him. I don't know what's the other stuff. Did you pants him in the middle of gym class while the girls were playing basketball on the other end and it was an incredibly cold day? What did y'all do to this man? Now, some of you know who I'm talking about. Some of you have no idea who Matt Walsh is, and I'm not going to lie. I'm envious of your ignorance. But Uncle Bobby doesn't suffer alone. So if I have to know who this wart is, now you do. Gang, Matt Walsh is one of the characters over at the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Michael... A whole host.
Oh, all right. That's my break timer. Let me hit this and I'll get back to it.
Now, none of them are allies. None of them. And the gang, they'll be the first ones to tell you that they don't hate gay people. trans people. They'll be the first
Y'all
ones
know
to
me.
say
I'm
it.
always
But
fucking
you know the
doing
other
some shit
thing?
during my fucking break.
When they first started going down this road
Instead of
of
actually
not
taking a
liking our
fucking break.
trans family members,
But that's how it is. The mind
they all
wanders.
started
All the
out
shit
the
that needs to
exact
get
same
done.
way. And that's, well, I don't care how you identify. Then they would turn around and do a 7-minute piece on how it is you identify. Gang, nothing says I don't care more than doing a 7-minute piece on something that you don't care about. Gang, you know what I don't care about? Do you really want to know what it is I don't care about? Rhythmic gymnastics. Cricket.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Shit we've never made content about.
And I don't care so much.
Never made a video about
my
it.
entire
Look at all the videos and see how many videos
and I will
I've
give
done
you
about it.
$100 every time I went on a rant on rhythmic gymnastics and the sport of cricket. Don't care. But gang, Matt Walsh was on that tip for a while, and then he just took off.
Oh yeah, look at the tree.
I don't care how trans, buddy. That's look at the tree. That was the arm I needed to get my drink, buddy. Okay, I'm a lefty now. Back on topic. That's delicious. Back on topic. Matt Walsh went from I don't care how you identify to being downright obsessed with how you identify.
Exactly.
That's all he ever talks about, gang.
Right. It's like Uncle Bobby says, nobody thinks about gay sex more than heterosexual Christians. Work time, baby. All right. Now we're going to talk about phase 2. Evolution in the overlapping environment after a shallow phase 1 history, trajectories for fitness and genome length. Listen, folks, what we're going to do for you and for the audience and the reader is we're going to break it down first. We're not going to throw all this data at you at once. We're not going to throw all 600 replicates at you out of the gate. We're going to break it down with the first set of 100, just the shallow history, only in the overlapping environment. And we're going to show you the same thing you just looked at. Right up here, you looked at the trajectories for fitness and genome length. You have the 10 populations. We're going to do that for the phase 2. And show you what's up in just the one environment. Figure 5 top shows the mean fitness trajectories for 100 populations evolving in the overlapping environment after a shallow history of 20,000 updates in phase 1. In this environment, organisms received rewards for performing the same 38 logic functions rewarded in phase 1, along with 38 additional functions. We plotted 10 sets of 10 trajectories each, colored according to their phase 1 progenitors. Figure 1 bottom shows the trajectories for average genome length in the same 100 populations. As in phase 1, fitness increased in all of the phase 2 populations, with genome length while genome length hardly changed in most populations and showed little evidence of directionality overall. All right, so this is that data, right? It's just everything starts with slightly different ancestral values. After 20,000, like, I'll show you the comparison, but you can see there's there's like very little historical differences. You can see the banding here. This is because they start with different ancestors now. And then you see them all take off from wherever they started, and they're colored according to their ancestors. So these almost look like spaghetti graphs or something, but they're cool data, and they're actually a lot easier to read. You just see everything start from the same point, and the trajectory just shows the amount of variation that you have in each lineage. That's pretty much all you need to take from there. It's the population averages for fitness and genome length during phase 2 in the overlapping environment for populations with a shallow history. Average fitness top and genome length bottom measured every 1,000 updates for 10 replicate populations derived from a single founder from each phase 1 population as they evolve for 100,000 updates in the new phase 2 environment. These populations have a shallow history as their founders evolved for only 20,000 updates in the ancestral environment. The new environment rewarded performance of the same 38 logic functions as the old environment, along with the suite of 38 additional logic functions. variation in fitness and genome length after shallow history. We use data from the end of phase 2 to examine the distribution of average fitness and genome length for the 10 replicate populations derived from each founder that evolved in the overlapping environment for 100,000 updates after the shallow history, 20,000 updates in phase 1. In most groups, replicates derived from the same founder. Fitness varied over several orders of magnitude, note the log 10 scale, while there was little variation in genome length. So that's just talking about that. All right. Oh, yeah. And then we look at the contributions of adaptation, chance, and history. We use data from the end of phase 2 to calculate the contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to each trait using a statistical approach similar to Travisano et al., 1995. Recall that adaptation represents the overall directional shift in a trait across populations during phase 2. Chance reflects variation that arose during phase 2 among replicates derived from the same phase 1 progenitor, and history reflects the variation associated with the different progenitors. Progenitor just means ancestor. Figure 6 shows the contributions for fitness and genome length after 100,000 updates during phase 2, starting from the 10 progenitors that had evolved for only 20,000 updates in phase 1, thus reflecting a shallow footprint of history. Both panels also show the ancestral variation in those traits among the 10 different progenitors. Figure 6, end of experiment effects with adaptation, chance, and history in the overlapping environment with shallow history. Contributions of adaptation, chance, and history to the evolution of fitness top and genome length bottom based on end of experiment average values for populations with the shallow history in phase 1 that evolved in the overlapping environment during phase 2, along with the ancestral variation at the start of phase 2. Error bars show the 95% confidence limits for the associated contributions. Yeah, so we measure first the amount of spread between the ancestors at the beginning of phase 2, and then compare that to the amount of variation explained by adaptation, chance, and history at the end of phase 2. And what we see is for fitness, adaptation dominates, history and chance are both significant, and all of them collectively and individually contribute to more variation than there was between ancestors at the beginning. However, for genome length, chance and history are significant, adaptation is not. But chance and history themselves only account for about as much variation individually as there was at the beginning. So, again, indicative fitness is under super strong selection. Genome length is under little to no selection. All right. For fitness, figure 6 top, we see a large contribution of adaptation reflecting the systematic improvement in all 100 phase 2 populations. We see significant but smaller contributions that reflect the effects of chance and history. All 3 contributions, both individually and collectively, are greater than the ancestral variation that existed at the start of phase 2. This ancestral variation is the initial phase 2 historical variation which arose during phase 1. For genome length, figure 6 bottom, by contrast, we see no significant contribution of adaptation. The confidence interval includes 0. However, both chance and history contributed significantly to genome length, and the variation due to history is similar in magnitude to the ancestral variation in that trait. We performed these analyses using the values at the end of phase 2, but we also measured the trajectories for all 3 contributions, or for all 3 contributors over time, as shown in supplemental figure 3. We saw a rising impact of adaptation on fitness over time, as well as the more slowly rising and meandering contributions of chance and history. In the case of genome length, we saw a growing impact of chance events, a near constant effect of history, and a much smaller contribution of adaptation. I'll show y'all that real quick because it's actually a cool ass figure. All we have here is the box plots. I don't know. We have to include them. Oh, are they? No, I don't think we include them in this. We include them in like a separate document. I got to see that. That's something we got to check out actually. Because I don't know how to submit our supplemental stuff to them or if there even is supplemental. Let's see. Where are my... Oh, Lord. Where are my images at that go with this? I think it's all on the other machine. And I still got to transfer over. Yeah. I'll show you guys the supplemental figures later. I think I got to transfer them over from my other computer. Which I should go ahead and do. Let me see where this timer's at. Oh my goodness, I gotta pee for some reason, but yeah, I'll put on Uncle Bobby. I'll transfer figures over.
All the things that are going on in the world right now. This man has been on at least a 2-year charge against our trans family members. Like there's nothing
he can go
else
fuck
in the
himself
universe to talk about.
And unlike Uncle Bobby, I am not monetized and won't be anytime soon unless Paula Gia or somebody like that decides to blow a nigga up. And if they do, I'ma probably still be talking my shit because I kind of like talking my shit. So I'm gonna tell them fools to go fuck themselves. Oh no, you thought I meant go fuck yourself? I meant you can go all the way go fuck yourself. You can go fuck yourself even more than you thought. I meant go fuck yourself. You can go fuck yourself twice for that matter. And I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee so I don't piss myself.
And again, of all the issues, being transgender is not an issue. It's not a problem. But you would think it was cancer. Because I mean, he goes in hard. That's all he ever talks about. Gang, this guy made a documentary. This guy made a documentary called What is a Woman? Matt Walsh does not identify as a woman. Apparently his wife does, and he's got 4 kids who apparently are cisgendered. How does this negatively affect Matt Walsh at all? Right? I've got more latitude to do shows and make documentaries on how much I can't stand the Atlanta Falcons. They are my New Orleans Saints, NFC South most bitter and bloody rival. That affects me. If my next door neighbor's kid realizes that living their honesty is being trans, other than that kid being happy, I was like, how does this take anything away from my existence? I'm looking at it. Okay, back on topic. How, Matt? But he obsesses over it so much. In fact, you know what he's like? He's like Ray Comfort, right? Remember that stupid film, Evolution versus God? You guys remember that? Ray Comfort is not an evolutionary biologist. And every grunt out of his pie hole proves that he has no idea what evolution is, not even at its most basic level. Gang, this joker was so arrogant that he went to evolutionary biologists and basically told them, you don't know what evolution is. Because they didn't match his definition, his mutated, his bastardized, his downright incorrect definition of evolutionary biology. Part of the documentary, gang, Matt Walsh went to colleges and talked to gender study professors and people like that. And when they tried to tell him that this can be a layered discussion, because yeah, be it men or women, some people look in between their legs and they 100% identify with what's there. Some people don't. Some people, it's fluid. This clearly is not a the black and white issue, this zero-sum game that Matt Walsh has made it out to be. And when he's sitting there across the table from people who are either living the life or have studied the life and or living the life, what is a woman? Well, woman pussy, man, tits, It is insulting, gang. It is downright insulting. Because I remember that interview he did with the two trans people, or gender fluid. I'm trying to remember. You guys hit me up in the comments if I'm screwing this up. Uncle Bobby wants to get disrespectful. Back on topic.
Gang,
and he sat across.
Really need to figure out where these
I would say
damn
basically,
things
but
are.
literally told these two individuals that you don't exist.
Like,
that the feelings that you have,
where
they're not
are
real.
These?
Gang, that's just insulting.
What?
And what really gets me going, what really gets my piss nice and hot, is that he'll do it, Shapiro will do it, and he'll talk about the rate of self-harm amongst our trans family members. Now that I'm monetized, I don't want to go too deep into the topic of self-harm, but people like this, people like this, and my voice just cracked. Did you ever stop to think that maybe it's the constant bullying, the disrespect? Again, did you ever stop to think that maybe it's you?
All right,
gang. A friend of mine was a social worker.
Where else
in
are
New
they
York.
at? Oh, they're in my project
Her
online.
thing was placement. It's
I'll grab
getting
them
people
from there.
that don't have a home into shelters. Let's get them medical care. Let's try to get people back on their feet.
Because I just want to get through the draft. I'll dig up these pictures.
She said
later.
when you talk to these individuals, and they'll tell her, it's like, we get used to living without a home, right? You survive. You do what you got to do. We get used to eating things out of trash dumpsters that would make a billy goat puke. We even get used to anticipating not being able to wake up the next morning without being a victim of a sex crime. We're used to the smell. You just get used to it. Shit, Robert, you know the one thing they said they never get used to? Being invisible. That people would walk by them like they were a roach on the wall, or someone just hocked a loogie and they didn't want to get it on their nice shoes. And I remember she told me, if you do nothing else, if you don't have a dime on you, you make sure you look them in the eye, you smile, and you wave. That's a person. Okay? That's like the trans family members. Matt Walsh was sitting right here on the Dr. Phil show. And apologies, I do not remember their names.
All right, what
but
the hell am I
two
looking
trans
for now?
people or gender fluid people were sitting right there. Okay? They were not 12 feet apart.
Work notes.
And Matt Walsh looked them both dead in their eye and literally told them, you don't exist. What you feel is not real. And then when they sit there and they quote the stats on self-harm,
damn, where did I put this? All right,
they never once
documents?
stopped to think that maybe they're part of the damn issue, right? So again, this is the person that we're dealing with. And again, there's a whole bunch of crap that I can say about Matt Walsh. But part of the documentary, and I've only seen the snippets.
Here's my figures. Merged. Oh, there it is. ACH images. It's right in here. All right, cool. All right, so let's look at S3. Boom. Blase Glavinoids. All right, cool. Look,
He
what
may
do we
be an
have
idiot,
here?
but he's at least a relatively well-funded idiot. Funded idiot.
All right, so the key is on the other thing, but whatever. I know this. All right, so what you do is you have your estimates of adaptation is the solid one. Chance is the dashed one, and history is the dash dotted one, right? So they all start from the same thing, so there is no influence of fucking anything really in the case of fitness. There is a little bit of variance, but you can't really see it. So, boom, the estimates go up. In the case of genome length, you're like zoomed way the fuck in. And then you can see the effective history stays the same. And then you can see there's really no effective adaptation. It starts low and just trails off. And then the effective chance actually rises, and in this case, overtakes the effective history. We have the ancestral variance marked there as the sort of faded out dotted line. But yeah, that just shows that we not only have those estimates. You already saw those estimates. These are the estimates you see in the previous graph, but this is just showing that we actually plot them over time as well. All right. Oh my goodness. Is this another one? No. All right, sir. All right, cool. All right, what the heck? Why did we all right, we ended up way back somewhere. All right, we're here. Let's go back. We should be in the results. Down here. Down there. Contributions of adaptation, chance, and history. We just did those. We just did S3. All right, cool. Let's go see where our timer's at. 5 minutes. Let's read the next section. All right, evolution in the orthogonal environment after shallow phase 1 history. We now turn to the results of evolution in the orthogonal environment, also following a shallow history in the old environment. These populations had the same 10 progenitors that we used in the overlapping environment, in which had evolved for only 20,000 generations in phase 1. From the perspective of the digital organisms, the orthogonal environment is more novel than the overlapping environment. The orthogonal environment rewarded only the 38 new functions that were exclusive to phase 2, and not any of the functions that had been rewarded in phase 1. In both new environments, genetic instructions involved with performing the previously evolved functions might serve as building blocks that could be repurposed to perform the newly rewarded functions. Having led the reader carefully through the data and inferences for the overlapping environment, we relegate most of the data analysis for the orthogonal environment to the supporting information. Let's actually check out, if we can, the author instructions, because we need to actually see if there is supplemental supporting information, a life submission for submission. All right, let's just do that again. A life submission. Let's just open all of them, and then yeah. For authors, how to submit data. Right. They don't really give us a lot. I mean, I assume we can submit supplemental information. Here we go. We don't need a visual abstract or a feature figure. I guess, I know what I should do. We should look at their submissions and try to Let's see. Yeah, this does look APA as fuck. Alphabetical. Acknowledgements. Yeah, they don't section things out, which means we might need to go back to putting everything in the manuscript itself, in which case we should read through this and then we should very carefully go about doing that, because that would then change all of our figure numbering. Let me see. A-Life Journal supporting information. Didn't say anything about it. You know what? Yeah, because I think we're in that word count, right? And I did the word count including everything, I think. Oh, hang on. Submission guidelines. Oh no, this is +1. Yeah, I'm gonna have to at least come up with another version that puts all the figures back in line. Because I don't see sections out, and I definitely didn't see. I should look up a couple of more A-Life publications. Let's take a quick break. It's not 5 minutes, not a big deal. Let's just take it. Ooh, but it's almost 6 o'clock. So yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna do one more session. We're in the middle of results. We've done enough for what I want to do today, and I want to get in the habit of getting into gather earlier. So we probably will. I'm gonna do more long streams too, and stream late, chill out, stream Pinochle and stuff like that. Don't know if that's what I'm gonna do tonight. So we'll see. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna get in the gather so we can get into movies and stuff. So or watch Cheers. I got up early today. Try to rest early. I started streaming at like noon, or 12:30, I guess. Anyway, let's go ahead. Put 5 minutes on this break timer. Let's rock with the Bobster.
He didn't go to Africa and go to the first world portion of it. People with iPhones, computers, cars.
Yeah, the thing is, you got to renumber and do some finding and stuff, because you got to change all the references to the figures. So it's not something I want to rush through. It's something that at this stage of the revision is a kind of, I don't want to say a major task, but it needs to be done carefully and thoroughly, so you don't end up with an oversight in the manuscript that ends up looking like a careless mistake.
He went to, native tribes, people still living off the land, stuff like that, quite literally, like what you're thinking. And he went to a tribe of people who's, I can't remember the name of it, I don't know if I ever knew. Again, people who can barely speak English. And he's asking these people, what is a woman? That's just not okay. You know what this is like? This is like Jesse Waters, gang. Jesse Waters, this was before he got his big break at Fox. He was still carrying Bill O'Reilly's dirty jockstrap and carrying his spit bucket for him. And at the end of every Bill O'Reilly, there was a little 5-minute spot called Waters World. And this sucker went to Chinatown to ask people about Hillary Clinton, like, who are you going to vote for? And I mean, it was like, give me a break. Carl Douglas's Kung Fu Fighting was on as the background music. And he goes in, he pushes up on Chinese people who don't speak English well, right? It's like, are you going to vote for Hillary Clinton? Then his monkey ass would pipe in like the Jeopardy music. And it was just a cheap shot. He travels all the way to Africa to talk to a native tribe, quite literally still living off the damn land. No electricity, no nothing, exactly what you're thinking about. What is a woman? They don't know who Matt Walsh is. I mean, there's no way. Give me a break. This is how ugly of a human being Matt Walsh is. Now, gang, before I have a stroke, let's just roll the damn tape. But Matt Walsh is now there's a clip of him going in on Dwayne Wade. If you aren't aware, Dwayne Wade was a former point guard in the NBA. Dwayne Wade had a child who was assigned male at birth. This child realized their honesty was they were a girl. They're transgender. So, D. Wade did what you're supposed to do, and that is support his daughter.
He was like, cool.
Buddy, walk it off.
Good for you.
The title of this is Washed Up NBA Player Sells His Son to Trans Ideology. Gang, that is how you know right off the bat you don't have an argument.
Hunting for what I like to say, hunting for a black guy from a black guy. Like,
so you already know this whole thing.
You literally
know
you just need to get punched in the face.
Crap. Let's just roll the tape.
This is already fucked up.
At the end of his NBA career back in 2020, he had faded from the spotlight during the previous few years, bouncing from team to team, averaging about 11 points a game towards the end, which isn't great in the NBA for his position, just so you know. When he finally hobbled,
you see what I'm saying, though?
He faced the terrifying
I'm always losing.
Irrelevance. And it was at this exact moment when convenient,
I'm supposed to be the big cheese around here.
Came out as
apparently not.
It's a very similar situation to like when Colin Kaepernick was.
Okay, we're gonna get to that. Pause the tape. Okay. Gang, I did not have a long, lengthy NFL career. I just did it. I wasn't that guy. I signed a contract. That's about as far as it went. If Lawrence Taylor, arguably one of the greatest linebackers to ever play, saw my little bit of game tape and said, you know what, dude, you just weren't built for it.
Boom. Let's finish.
You were really good in college. You're not an NFL linebacker. You know what I would say? Mr. Taylor, thank you for your critique.
Right?
Again, the people who want to sit here and pound their chest about alpha male the most are the ones that exhibit it the least. I'm not going to sit here and listen to someone like a Matt Walsh or a Ben Shapiro critique my playing days. I'm like, I don't, shut up. I can't even hear you, Jack.
Exactly. Seriously. All right, y'all. Let's get into this last block. So yeah, most of that orthogonal stuff we put in the supporting information, but the truth is we wrote the manuscript such that it should plug and play back in. So we'll keep an eye out for that. It should basically just be like we pop everything back in where it's mentioned, and then make sure it gets cleaned up. For the most part, things are only mentioned in the one place, which is this particular part of the results. And then I think sometimes in the methods when we refer to how we did certain things, and maybe the conclusion. So we'll have to check the references to the plots as well. The fitness trajectory. Matter of fact, let me set a reminder to myself for fucking tomorrow for when I'm working. And actually, I'm just going to leave it here so that I'm not pushing myself on time. I'm fine with what I've done so far today, actually. Cause yeah, I'm good to go. Let me put this reminder in my phone. What do I need to do? Calendar. Is it really Wednesday? Why did I think it was Thursday already? All right, tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, we're good to go, man. We hit the week running. Thursday. I want to do some more MAPE stuff too. All right, so Thursday we'll just be like replace figures in draft. Oh, I got to do fucking yard work at some point, Thursday or Friday. Let's set you for nice and in the afternoon. We'll get an afternoon sesh going if we need to. Boom. Good to go. Should remember anyway. Yeah, exactly. But we gotta, because it just means I'm gonna have to do all that, and then I'm gonna have to do a read through, particularly for all of those changes and stuff. But I can stop here. I don't think I need to bookmark this or anything. I think it's just fine here. I could probably, let me think of what's gonna happen when I close this motherfucker. Let's just save it, and it'll be fine. Hopefully to remember my place. All right. What are we doing up here, over here? So these cats are doing okay. Now, let's see. I think I want to see what happens if these cats use tournament. So I should be able to just go. Where are we at? We're in work. No. 101. Wait, all of a sudden they're not figuring it out, but they did. With 110. So 110, they go bonkers. 101, they're like, I do not know thee, Berry World. Crushing the game though. Okay. So now what's going to happen if I go into work and I say settings is tournament? Yeah. What if we just pop on that tournament? What if we just go tournament on that ass? It's just a setting change, blah, 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 blah. Okay, y'all are figuring that out, but not like roulette. Now, for me, like, I wonder if I could just rebuild my shit to where it uses roulette, select parent. Because what's my code doing? I think we're doing. Let me see. Code. Genome. Yeah. Because we're doing all of our thing inside the tournament, the tournament optimizer. Okay. But whoa, look, the max settled down now. Oh wait, no. This is tournament code that's running. But this would be fine if they did this. I don't understand how, but they don't get them roulette results though. Oh man, that roulette, they do that shit, huh? All right, where the fuck is roulette at? Optimizer, roulette.cpp. Where's this shit at? Roulette, blah, 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 blah. Return parent, max score, min score. Yeah, it has a select parent. String replace. Optimizer. Yeah, so basically, I could just take the optimizer. Let me see. Right, and this is the optimizer function, blah, blah, blah. This is the actual optimized code. Right. Clears out the kill list, does all that. Does the average score, does that. Then does makes a list of the scores. And does make mutated offspring. Yeah, so all I'd have to do is do for this in here. This is where you're going through your population. If number of parents is greater than 1, would make it sexual. Auto mom equals population select blah 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 blah. That'll give me a mom. Then I'll do a dad. So yeah, we'll see if I can fudge sex into here. And run the system from there. And I'm sure that'll be fun, and that'll also get me back into coding a little bit more. So yeah, we got some targets to hit. We'll get going with that. I think it's really interesting that they definitely figure out the Barry rolled with this, so things look good, even with tournament selection. But roulette selection gets them going bonkers. So we'll try adding shape mating in here. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. We're in good shape, gang. All right, cool. So I'm gonna call it. I don't know why. I got my dinner defrosting, but yeah, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna make it an early night. I got up early. I'll go and gather early, and then maybe other nights I'll go later. I'm sure. But yeah, come get with us and gather. We're gonna chill. We're gonna link up with the gang. We're gonna watch some TV. Figure out what's up tonight as far as movies is concerned. I'm gonna be playing some Pinochle. I'm sure other people come through gaming and whatnot. But I want to thank everybody for watching. I really, really appreciate it. If I'm not back later, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof!
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all on the line. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, the same man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song, Shorty. You know I can't sing like you can, but I'm letting people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
I would change.